They fly now. Probably need to upload his post videos to. Don't mind me uploading a long form for my editor. We're not. The stream's not currently live. Everybody shut up. Alright, I see we have a few people here. Hedgeman, another Twitch user, thank you all for being here. And make sure those custom 1 cards are off. Let me go to the request queue and clear all of them. Complete all. And then I can line those up to, yeah, be ready to go later in the stream. Perfect. Silver Gravity, thank you for the Prime sub. Welcome to the dog home. Hello Troper, hello Hellcat, hello Zyro Burke, Aegis Athene. They're not all gone. They're not open yet. I see 2 people tried to snipe them, knowing that's not how this works. No, you've been naughty and no good boys. You know that's not how this works. Nate the Greatest, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse, my friend. Boss, that seems to be 6 Azulas. Yes. Yes, it does. If the stream goes live and there's not a magic card on it, it's devastating to my analytics. So I'm gonna set us live on TikTok as well.
Mm-hmm.
Custom.
Oh, are our chats merged?
Not yet. I'm about to.
Oh, okay.
It's crazy to me how close they put the shared chat button to the start viewer call-ins button. That's not...
Oh, God.
Unlike just the grand calculus of things that it's okay for streamers to misclick, like the buttons look the same and are 3 inches apart. 3 inches apart.
Hey. 3 inches is a lot.
Hey, yeah, great and massive distance, actually. Never mind. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch. Zerthro Shack. Thank you for the 200-bit cheer. I'm so ready to see what nonsense we get today and what Veggie thinks is fine that makes Mauled crash out. Hell yeah. And then, are we fully... Yes, I do think we're fully merged now. Marsh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I will... Yeah, let's take a gander at Ko, the face stealer.
Yeah, that card's cool. Let's see, are we... I know poor Scryfall has been scrambling to like keep up with everything. I think I gotta go to Goldfish for this one.
This card isn't even on Scryfall yet, unless I'm spelling it wrong.
It's not. It's not.
Has it been officially spoiled?
Yes.
Okay, then
it
I
was yeah, it was. It's I don't think Goldfish doesn't have it either. That's wow.
Oh, it was spoiled by Good Time Society an hour ago. Okay. That's probably why. On ETB, exile another target creature. Whenever another non-token creature dies, you may exile it. Pay 1 life, choose a card exiled with Ko. Ko has all activated and triggered abilities of the last chosen card. Oh, that's cool. That's neato.
Yeah. Wait, what's the cost to swap?
1 life.
Swap faces?
1 life is the cost. That's it.
Okay.
But I mean, it's 6 mana to get the motherfucker in play to begin with, and so it seems kind of...
So I gotta fix my camera.
Siren, we gotta get you outside, dog. What do you mean, Pilly Pala, my beloved? Why are you using this for an infinite combo? We can do those already. Marisil's been here for you. Ko life swap is gonna be annoying. Dog, if you get got by a Ko life swap, you got to get a gym membership. You got to wake up earlier. That is a disturbing lack of hustle if you get hit by a Ko life swap deck.
All activated and triggered abilities. So this is this actually, as far as I know, there's not something that copies triggered abilities like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's unique for a card like for this kind of thing.
Yeah, and so that might enable you to do something different. I'm trying to imagine if you were to do a commander deck around Ko. I feel like it's just all removal, and then you hope to God that you high roll into a good value engine.
Oh yeah. Also, yeah. Chat. Yeah, I know. Clones copy triggered abilities, but this is a thing on the
They have
board that
never
can swap to
They've never
to take
before
other triggered abilities.
never before in all of Magic have they printed a way that you could copy a triggered ability. Anyway, here is today's resident Magic card expert, Veggiewagon, who has never seen Phyrexian Metamorph in his life. Dark Oasis, thank you for the 3 months of tier 1. Yeah, I don't know what you would do with this guy. Like, the swapping's cool, but I just don't know what pile you would make.
Because the struggle here, right, is you said it costs $6 whole, and the only way that it takes faces is on ETB.
Yeah, and then on the death on the death of others. So I'm worried about these people just doing like every kill spell in the book, and I just ramp a ton, play this guy, and then shoot everything you play in the vain hope that I can assemble a combo out of your broken Legos.
Something here. So, because my thinking would be, you have something on your board already. Enters, you exile that, and that creature is what enables you then to start the chain. But what is that thing? You need something that can then start shooting creatures. But like ideally without mana.
Yes, the good old manaless kill. I mean, you could do. There's like Avatar of Woe that taps to kill.
Yeah, but if you steal it with Ko, then you have to wait a rotation.
Well, okay, but my decks all have Lightning Greaves on the board before I play my commander. Shut up. He also, oh yeah, and he forgets what was exiled if you ever have to recast him. I mean, that's not too big of a problem for the Christmas Land scenario we're trying to think of. Also, Twitch, we're going to the 3-minute ad break. At the end of the 3-minute ad break, I'm setting the free redeems live. Then we are getting into wave 1. See you all soon.
Yeah.
Ward is a triggered ability, yeah.
Yeah. I forgot. I don't know if I've ever told your chat this. But I think I told you. So, if you all didn't know, I went very far into the process of getting hired for the Wizards design team for Magic, and I essentially top aided the design challenge, but ultimately did not get the job. However, I very much relate to all of you because I can't say really anything definitive about the process, but you can assume that at some point I need to submit to them my own custom cards.
Right.
And
yes,
if that is a part of what would be in this process, then I was given a prompt theoretically, and I sent two. I sent two options. I sent two cards. One of them, I was like, "This is my real submission for this prompt." The other one, I said, "Do not count this as an answer for this prompt. I just need you to see it."
I just need Mark to be subjected to this.
Right. I just need you all to know that this idea exists in someone's head, and even that person thinks it's a bad idea.
I don't think Drivnod looks solid for the co-pile, Zendo. I feel like you have to... just so much work. I like how they took a character where his power was like, hey, if you look him in the eyes, he steals your face. And they were like, how do we put that on a Magic card? Make it really expensive and do not very much. That's how. Yeah, you could
I think you got
do.
to be real careful right now though, because this card's potential, like as soon as somebody figures out the 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 line, like as soon as somebody figures out the chain, this thing is going to be one of the most busted commanders, period.
Mhm.
And then you're gonna look like an idiot because you're like, oh man, they made this thing horrible,
I
and it's just gonna be everywhere.
I straight up, there is no shot. I will not be proven wrong about Ko. I am sure there is a combo you can do. Anybody saying this is like the busted commander, and that's weapons grade copium. That would kill a man from the 1400s. That's just like I'm sure you can do something. I'm sure you
I
can
mean,
do
like,
something with it.
give me 10 minutes after this.
Give me 10 minutes. Zendo, also, you are right. I will put respect on your name. I did not realize Drivnod can exile additional creature cards as a. Oh, but it doesn't exile them under Ko is the thing.
Yeah, this is a stupid rules thing that like I've always wanted them to change this, but they shouldn't because it would break everything.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, it these are linked abilities.
Mm-hmm.
So even if you give Ko another way to exile things, they do not count for the things that it can that it can turn into. It's strange. If you look through the rulebook, look for the phrase linked abilities,
Mm-hmm.
and so that doesn't work.
That's horrifying. Okay, I thought there was potential with Drivnod to be like, okay, I can manaless steal more stuff from graveyards, but no, 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 no. All right, Wall Snuggler, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 13th month in a row. We are out of the ad break, so I'm going to set the free redeems live.
Yeah, I'm not making up linked abilities. It's one of the things like so it is don't get me wrong, the rule is really stupid because essentially even the rules are like, hey, so like we're gonna put some stuff on cards that refer to like generally exiling things maybe,
Mm-hmm.
but like be good. Like don't you can't do all the stuff that you're thinking of. We're not going to be specific about it. We're just going to say that it doesn't work whatever you're thinking in the future sometime. It's so it's so vague in the rulebook,
Mm-hmm.
but this is a linked ability.
I defer to Veggie because I know very little about the rules other than ward triggers when you target an opponent's permanent. If it has ward on it. Let's get in to the card reviews. So we have a bunch of paid ones from Kofi. Boot.dev will be joining us again with another one of their custom cards, and then we have the pre-redeems, and I believe I have parceled them out such that we will have time for a second wave today, potentially even a third wave if Veggie is a merciful god. So without further ado, let's start pulling them up. Hello, Boo Dev. All right, you're in YouTube chat. Good. That'll make sense for tracking. Oh, yeah. Wait, Hall of Fame. I forgot. I've been forgetting to do this, so I am going to subject you to Z's Hall of Fame first.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
I gotta figure out how to see that. You gotta send me some way to see that.
Yeah. I'm sending you a link to it, and then I'm renaming the PowerPoint so nobody else can see it. So it should be slide 3 of that PowerPoint.
Slide 3. All right. Yeah, the Z-Hound Hall of Fame.
Z-Hound Hall of Fame. So the first one I'm going to tell you about is... We'll start with Kelson Electric Thief. This is a 4-mana Grixis 2/4. When casting a spell you don't own, you may cast that spell by paying energy equal to that spell's converted mana cost rather than paying its mana cost. Whenever an artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, add 1 energy and exile the top card of that player's library. You may play that card as long as it's exiled.
I mean, that's kind of sick, but...
What's the but?
But we're like, come on.
What do you mean, come on? It's fine.
I at least is like it's only in 2/3 of the best energy colors.
Exactly. It's using black. That's not even good at energy. And it's theft.
Oh
It's energy
God.
and theft. Two things that are bad and don't have any good payoffs. Next, we're gonna look at Quirrell, Inquisitive Quester. This is a 5-mana Azorius 3/3 with Vigilance and Ward 2. Whenever you draw a card, you may pay XX, where X is the number of cards you've drawn this turn when you do draw a card.
Uh, I mean, you know that this appeals to me.
Yes, I
This
do.
is wheel spinning dot card.
Yeah, it is. What if I pulled out my abacus and I fidget spinnered my whole deck?
I need to keep track of how many cards I've drawn so I can draw cards.
So I can spend more and more mana.
I actually don't even see, like, obviously if you have infinite mana, blah 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 blah,
Right.
it seems pretty good. But I don't see a way that you break it other than that. Like that's
Yeah, because it goes, you pay 2, then you pay 4, then you pay 6. Like, that's really goddamn expensive if all you want to do is draw cards.
right, and it's not any sort of ability that you can like mess with.
All right, next we have Rakesh, Master Embalmer, an Esper 2/3. Zombie tokens must attack each turn if able and cannot attack you. Each creature card in all graveyards has Embalm X, where X is that card's mana value. You may activate Embalm abilities from any graveyard.
Oh. I don't think I know the embalm text by like offhand.
Make thing 4/4 zombie token.
Yeah. The that part, that's the part I know.
What? What else? That's the whole thing.
I think this like maybe doesn't work the way that they want it to, actually.
Wow.
I think if you activate somebody else's embalm ability, it still comes onto your board, which is cool. But I assume that their intent here was to embalm other people's stuff onto their boards.
I think it was. I thought it was the push and pull of like, okay, either you can use it or I'm gonna rob you. So I do think it's meant to embalm to their board to be like, either you can get a zombie token and then it can't mess with me, or I get a zombie token of your thing if you're not gonna use it.
I think the only issue with this is like as soon as you make embalm colorless mana only, then this would be like a super breakable thing because you just reduce them to 0 and then you embalm everything that ever hits the graveyard for all time.
God damn.
But you know what? Whatever. Let's
whatever. Good time. Next we have Visig Scour, a 5-mana Sultai 3/5. Whenever you expend 2, create 2 black 1/1 rat creature tokens. When you expend 4, the next instant or sorcery you cast this turn has Conspire, and whenever you expend 7, rats you control get +2/+2 and Death Touch until end of turn.
Yeah, sick, no notes. That's cool.
Next, and my personal favorite, Cursed Gem of Wish, a 1-mana artifact that says Cursed Gem of Wish is black. You can tap it to search your library for a card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Cursed Gem of Wish deals damage to you equal to your life total. This damage cannot be prevented, activate only as a sorcery, and only once each turn. Any player can activate this ability during their turn.
What?
Yeah. It's a reference. It's a reference, and it kills you.
This is very funny. I would play this. I would play this card so much.
And then last but not least, we have Unreasonable Interest, a double black sorcery. Target player gets 2 debt counters and draws 2 cards. At the beginning of your upkeep, you may pay 1 any number of times to remove that many debt counters. Then if you have any debt counters, return a permanent you control to your hand and lose 1 life.
Ooh.
Mm-hmm.
This is, I mean, like that's a fascinating mechanic. the I think yeah, it's weird for black, but I think the mechanics very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, self bounce in black is probably a little weird.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's right. Like it's like this. It's
you
usually going
would
to be an upside.
All right, nobody can read. Everybody in chat cannot read because they started talking about proliferation, which does not matter because if you have one debt counter or 2 million, you bounce one thing and lose one life.
Yeah.
The effect does not happen over and over and over again based on how many debt counters you have. It's either you have debt and this thing happens one time, or you don't have debt and it happens 0 times. So there would be no angle for. I mean, if you had people who like really, really hated being in debt, if somebody in your pod has had credit card problems before, then you could like PTSD them with this card. But otherwise, this is like worst case scenario. Oh, I have 15 debt counters. Okay, I will bounce this land to hand and then replay it as land for turn because we're 7 turns into the game.
Hmm.
Yeah, it's not rad counters. It is not like rad counters. Okay, now we will move into the actual thread for today. First up, let's scroll to the top. We have Aegis Athene. These are glow ups for draft. Help me, VJ Huagan, whoever the fuck you are. You're my only hope.
This is my only hoe, but
And hope. First, we have the
all right.
Preoccupied Plunderer, a 4-mana, double red pipped, 3/2 with haste. On ETB, you make a treasure, but it also has raid. You make 2 treasure tokens instead if you have attacked this turn. Is this perfect, Veggie? Is this perfect?
This is very cute, actually.
Fucked up.
Because so like this is pretty strong for a common. So you have a 3/2 haste body for 4 that's already like playable.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes a treasure, so it accelerates you for the next turn, but you have to make the decision. Do you want 1 treasure and swinging for 3 now, or do you want 2 treasures but the haste doesn't matter?
Mm-hmm.
And this all seems like very, very reasonable, but this is a well-designed common. Yeah, you have an interesting choice, but the mechanics are very simple and straightforward. And it's not like super overtuned.
Yeah, I do think it's yeah, but Veggie, consider somebody plays this on turn 4 and then they play like Sin on turn 5. Then it's broken. Because they're in 4-color pile and we're back in Final Fantasy.
Right. Yeah, you're doing this is Chaos Draft.
Yeah, this is Chaos Draft. I like it too. I think it's very, very cute. And I do like the choice. Next, we move on to Rapid Repurposing, a 4-mana instant with Bargain. Make 2 1/1 Gnome artifact creature tokens. If this spell was bargained, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature token you control. Flavor text is crazy, by the way. Machines break, Cosmium doesn't is hard as shit. That's a hard line.
So where's this art from? Like this is real stuff from Ixalan.
Yeah, they're reusing a couple different Ixalan arts, I think.
That's cool. I mean, I don't know what card this is from, but
probably a very bad one. Probably unplayable dog shit deck. Backside of a craft card.
Oh, okay. Huh. So what best case scenario? This is 4-mana instant speed. Make 2 4/4s plus the buff to the rest of your stuff.
Well, 2 2/2s, right? So 1 collective 4/4.
Yeah. 4/4. Add 4 power to the board.
Right. Yeah.
Plus whatever counters. Huh. I don't see any issues with this. I mean, like,
This is the exact type of spell where when it blows out my swing, I would go, this spell is total bullshit, and then every time I saw it in a pack, I would skip it because it's garbage, which is, I think, perfect for an uncommon. That's the intersection.
Yeah.
Is what I'm...
I yeah, yeah. There's I know some of you in chat are saying that it's weird as an instant. It's not. It's like both of these effects exist in mono white as at instant speed. I think it's fine to pair them together. Like there are a billion 2 mana make 2/1/1s at instant speed. And there's a bunch of put a counter on your stuff. It's less common to do it in instant speed, but you can definitely do it.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was just in Tarkir there was instant speed, sack a creature, put a counter on all of your stuff. Like
Yeah.
this is very, very close to that. Oh, yeah, I think the only way I can assess this more would be to see it in the full environment. But I think as is, this also seems really solid and fair to blow you out with.
It's all right. You heard it from Veggie. Totally chill for the gnomes to blow you. Next, we have Xantli, Curio Collector, a 5-mana Boros, 4/3, and when they attack, you make X tokens that are copies of target token you control, where X is the number of tokens you control with the same name as the target. You can also sacrifice 2 tokens to Impulse Draw. Exile top card. You play it till your next turn.
Okay. I think my first instinct is why the second ability? Like yes, like it's making more tokens that you can then use to impulse draw, but uh it seems like it seems a little like I just needed a way to add card advantage to this. I like that first ability because you have to already have like a decent number of the same kind of token.
Mm-hmm.
And it's tied to an attack trigger, so there's like not a way to just it's like, oh, I do treasures like everything else and now I have a billion treasures, but that's fine.
This strikes
But
me as a
yeah,
like wildly commander focus card.
yeah, like
Personally,
I could see
because
this being like the precon commander.
yeah, it's like I'm about to pay 5 mana for a 4/3, a 4/3, and if I don't have tokens on the board, I just hold my L. Um,
Yeah, I I want there to be something else because so this suffers from the problem that suffers from the ward problem.
mhm,
It has a very powerful effect that is super apparent to everybody, and
mhm,
you have to survive a rotation for it to do anything.
mhm.
And this is usually where wizards just tax ward onto it, um, to like solve quote that problem.
Mm-hmm.
I want this to have haste, and then I think you like probably tone down the second ability or take it off since like you're already getting a big payoff from the token making. I don't think it needs to have card advantage.
Yeah. And haste would feel like less. I would feel less bad about drafting that. Like this pack 1, I am weeping. If this is this is the first rare I see. I am weeping openly because I know I'm going to try to force tokens to work, and I know that I'm either never going to see him or see him with 1 token on the board.
I honestly, if you saw this, like, because right, yeah, because this is designed for draft, right?
Yeah, it's designed for draft.
Yeah, this is actually you're totally wrong. So I get to say that that's fun. This is super hot as pack one pick one for draft with the only downside I think being 2 colors because then you have to commit to that. But if the Boros colors are like we do tokens, then I don't care if this only comes down with a single token on board. My opponent by on turn 5 has to blow the removal right now or I start doing shit. And like if it's only a single token, my swing means there are now 2 tokens, and that means I at minimum have made you spend a spell and I get to exile my top card.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's I would take this pack one pick one in limited for sure.
Well, shit, that's why I'm platinum and you're not. Moving on. Moving on. We have Sun-Tuned Harness, a 2-mana common. Equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has 2. If this creature is a mount, it becomes saddled until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery and equip 1. Smash? What's wrong with you? God, is this hot, Veggie, in a different way, in a different acceptable way? Is this...
I mean, why is this dino posed like that? You know, it's kind
what
of
the fuck? We gotta be adults.
That is a fascinating line of text.
I feel like that's actually, that feels better than I would expect it to be if I just took a lot of mounts. But if I just take a lot of, because like mounts are just creatures already.
Yeah. Now this to me says uncommon. It's not because the effect is particularly powerful, or maybe it is in the environment that it is, but it is really narrow.
Mm-hmm.
And so while this card is usable in other, so like maybe there's just a generic equipment like archetype within the set,
Mm-hmm.
that is okay with a 2-mana, like this is with the 2-mana equipment that gives +1. I would assume that mounts are not a workable like type for every archetype.
Wait, you don't think everybody
So,
deserves a little mounting? It's like,
I mean, look, we
not even a little bit?
the pose,
The pose!
It's like when your cat is like, "Hey man, we've been living together for a while. Why don't you check this out?" Like,
I'm gonna find a way to delete your stream key, man.
yeah.
Nobody knows what. But I agree with you. Yeah, this is that type of signpost type shit, and you never. I think having like 4 of these in your deck makes you sad.
Yeah. I would just bump this to uncommon.
All right, next we have Excavating Armasaur, a 3-mana mount that's a 2/3. Whenever this creature attacks while saddled, you may return target creature card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, and its saddle is 3.
I like this. Like I would play this archetype.
Yeah, that feels... so much of draft is just like... It's like fighting a land war in Asia. Do I have more bodies to throw at the problem than you do? And so being able to recur feels very, very good for the long game.
Yeah. Or like that used to be the only game for limited. Like design philosophy has changed a good bit, but that used to just be like that was your only priority was like, okay, we go card for card, and whoever has 1/2/2 left on the board wins the game.
Please, stay down, stay down.
God, but yeah, cards just do way more. So like that's not you can't tunnel vision that strategy and win all the time. Now it's still you should default to it, but yeah. I'm trying to see if there's anything here that I take issue with. I think the stats are pretty accurate. It's like survivable since it has to go to combat, but it's below rate because it does a good thing.
And you have to saddle a better creature than this is, which is very fucking funny to me. Like I feel like normally you go, okay, we're going to, use a dipshit that wouldn't survive this combat to saddle your big thing, like Bounding Felidar.
Yeah.
And then this guy's like, yeah, please saddle somebody more useful than me.
I mean, it curves out, right? So you play a 2-mana creature on turn 2. You're fine to run it into something to trade. Then you drop this on turn 3. Your opponent goes, "Oh, I got," and then on turn 4 you just play a creature on rate, saddle, get your thing back.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right.
I think the numbers and everything is thought through. This is good.
Last but not least, we have Ozomatli, Unity's Roar. A 7 mana Naya 6/6 with trample, lifelink, and haste. Whenever Ozomatli attacks while saddled, it gains indestructible until end of turn. Then, it deals 1 damage to each other creature and each planeswalker, and has a saddle of 3.
Uh, this is fun. This is fun. I think I initially like I was like this is a Naya and it's a 6/6 for 7, but I think everything else makes up for it. Um Yeah. Yeah. The saddle, yeah, go ahead. I'm still processing a little bit.
I think it's cool and interesting, and unfortunately for you, it is not fucking Gishath. And so it's dead on arrival. I think it's a cool card for draft. I mean, like, a 7 mana thing in draft should probably kick the shit out of you. This does really kick the shit out of you, though.
Yeah, I mean, weirdly enough, this is a perfect example of this weird gray space of like draft rare that will destroy you. It's like it'll be one of the best like limited rares in the set, and you will never see it in any other format. It's like they've been making so many of these. They've been making so many of these, which means like, hey, this is accurate for like current design.
I mean, you could give it Death Touch, but that's just like, that's a lot of steps to board wipe.
Yeah. Don't give this Death Touch. Don't. Give this Death Touch.
Like the kookier thing is this becomes your Enrage commander, but the problem with trying to build like a commander deck that enrages around this is that it's 7 goddamn mana and has no shot of tying up the game for you, which is why I brought out the Gishath comparison, because like a Gishath deck is fine to just go like half the deck or more is ramp, and then I have a bunch of dinosaurs I want to gamble into, but Gishath is going to hit you and that's going to be enough. If you're doing this deck, you're like, okay, half the deck is ramp. If I ever want to cast this guy, I'm going to have all 8 good enrage triggers in the game, and I'm going to maybe play him with 1 on the board, and then I will hit him for 1 when I could have just cast Gutshot. And so yeah, it's very tough to bring outside the draft environment, and I think in the draft environment, you're like, this is the best card ever, and then you build a commander deck around it because it does so good for you in draft, and then you're like, wait a minute, this guy sucks.
Yeah, this is what, Bonnie Paul? Like, that's what it is. It's like, whoa, I
have a friend who made a Bonnie Paul deck because they got shit stomped by Bonnie Paul in draft, and they were like, oh, I'm gonna ruin y'all's night.
Right, and it's like, oh, literally every other Simic commander exists. Like, yeah. they all do this better than this. It's just.
But Mauled, it ruins the elf player's day. That's only if the elf player has made it to 7 mana on board without having a single banner effect, at which point they have ruined their own day. That is, like, at some point, you are the one stepping on the rake. Okay, and then now that we have finished an author troper, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. So it's not a full custom, but I gotta redeem this. How do we feel about the newly revealed Top Cards artist being the creator of Midjourney, an art that's clearly AI generated? So I'm gonna tap the sign that just because we don't like something, we can't call something clearly AI generated. I promise you that your eyeballs are not as good as you think they are.
Yeah. Now, just to counterpoint on this specific instance, though, even if that art is not AI generated at all, they have decided to work with an artist that is like very clearly like doing the like is like big AI
Yes,
essentially.
and that is fucking stupid, and that is fucking awful, and I am down to dunk on the card all day long about that. They should not have been contracting the creator of the theft machine and someone who is the co-founder of a startup focused on building the next generation of AI powered games. That is incredibly stupid, and I cannot see that as anything but an attempt to normalize AI art in the Magic space. Whether or not, because first of all, I would agree with you that the style of this card is very reminiscent of shit I have seen on Midjourney. The reason I am
Right.
not just willing to go, of course this is AI generated, is because the style of stuff on Midjourney is stuff that we stole from people who actually made the art. And so AI art is attempting to imitate real artists. There's been plenty of real art that has been mistakenly called out as AI just because people were like fucking mad for some reason. So I don't like this art style as a personal preference thing. I can see all of the comparative points to things that are on Midjourney. I think the air quotes problem is that we're taking somebody who is clearly promoting AI art and is super behind AI art and having them come do art for the game. That seems like we are blurring the lines and trying to warm people up to the idea that AI art will be okay at some point. That's what I dislike. And Mothman Gerald saying they have proof on their socials that this is actual art. See, and this is why we can't dunk just because we think the art's AI. We have to dunk for all the stuff they actually did, like make a fucking morally bankrupt startup around AI powered games. That's what we
Yep.
go after. Not an art style you just don't personally like. Anyway, next we have Footgroose. These are Hollow Knight Silksong spoilers, so if you don't want Silksong spoilers, close your ears now. These are
Yeah, close
also...
your face.
God damn you. These are also glow-ups. We have Four Brother... Why is the... Oh, okay, their ass isn't out. That's my fault. Four Brother Cygnus and Gron. 3 red mana, a 2/3, with double strike and haste. You don't lose unspent red mana, the classical necessary phrase for all red cards. Whenever they deal combat damage, you can sacrifice up to X lands, where X is the number of creatures that attacked alongside Cygnus and Gron. Add 2 red mana for each land sacrificed this way.
Whoa.
That's so...
Whoa.
That's bad, right? Wait, that...
That's I mean, it is a trap.
It is.
That is what it is. I would play the shit out of this card.
Yeah.
So what? Like the first half of the card is just Kratos, right? We have a 3-mana 2/3 with double strike and haste and
Yeah.
and stuff, but
Like
because
I would play this and I would never utilize that third paragraph. Like
see, that's the fascinating part to me is I would build the entire thing around that.
That's because you like dying. I've seen your mono red decks.
I think this card encourages you to set up one super turn. And the real trap is you don't lose unspent red mana as steps and phases end, because somebody is going to go, oh cool, so I can just like sack a bunch of lands and then store up that mana for what I'm going to do next turn, and then one person on the table goes, cool, bolt your Four Brothers whatever, and you're like, oh,
Right.
all right, cool. I don't play for the rest of the game.
But you're going to do like first strike damage, sack all my lands before normal combat. I pump him to 30 million and then I kick you into the sun.
Right. Because also this is what, mono red, so you
Mono
can
red.
I'm trying to think what you can do with that to like mitigate the downside, if you even care about doing that. But like red does not have good ways to do it.
Hey, Crucible. One copy of Crucible of Worlds and a dream. That's it. That's it. One copy of Crucible of Worlds and we're good.
Yeah, I think the big mistake with this design is that people are stupid, and it will result in a lot of dumb people having a very bad time in their games.
What's really funny
Oh,
is this is
yeah.
actually, they said they designed it before Avatar got revealed, and it is
Mhm.
actually crazy good for an earthbending firebending deck. Because if you have a
I
bunch of
mean,
earthbent lands, then the second paragraph becomes way better. But you have
right.
to run it in like the 99 of Gruul. And then if you have a bunch of firebenders, then that the mana storing becomes more viable without cutting off your own feet.
Mhm.
And they did that without even knowing it at all. All right, next we have, or so is there a line of text you would add or remove that would make this more doable in mono red, or is it forever banished to the 99 of Gruul?
I think I think personally I would remove you don't lose unspent red mana, because that is one of the things that
Cover up the
entices
outlets.
dumb players to trap themselves.
Childproof the silverware.
Yeah, I think this is really hard to play in a way that wins the game. And I think that line will make a lot of players really unhappy because they thought they were that guy and were not.
And we're proven wrong. Amazing. All right, next we have Gur the Outcast, a 5 mana Jund 4/4 with Shadow and Trap Flurry. Non-creature permanents you control have Death Touch. Whenever another creature dealt damage this turn by a non-creature permanent you control dies, make a token that's a copy of it, except it's a treasure artifact with treasure line, and it loses all other card types. Type of fucking people. What type of guns kill people card is this? People don't kill people. Only my non-creatures are fucking you up,
I,
and they steal you.
I, this is I mean it's some fun design
Oh my,
space.
yeah, you like Pestilence too? I love Pestilence. I
That's
love
see that's
Pyrohemia.
This is that's right, that's the problem. It's like it's fun design space if other cards didn't
We
exist.
could delete other shit.
Right. Uh I all right, so how do you keep this idea? Because like you just can't you can't keep this the way it is because there are so many cards that make it super broken and unfun.
Mm-hmm.
I I don't know. I don't know if it's possible to like
Yeah, because if there's, I think like I think the end point of I get your creature back as a treasure, doing the Shelob thing. I originally had it just function for artifacts, but a buddy insisted that I made it all non-creature permanent. See, that person is the Pyrohemia player, and you should not have
Yep.
listened to them. Yeah, your buddy is a
Man.
fuck bitch. I agree. Your buddy is a shit ass dickhead. I think you
I
could.
okay. You could. I think your problem. I don't know if this is fixable in a way that like does not make everyone hate everything about you. I'm like racking my brain on how this presents a play pattern that is not miserable.
Mm-hmm. I feel like if you were gonna make it less miserable for Jund, it would have to be like if Gur kills something. Because if we make it just non-creature permanents, that is so wildly broad that all that happens is this person puts every non-creature permanent based kill ability or even damage ability in this deck and then uses it to ramp them, and then you are slowly tickled to death by a 4/4. So I do think shrinking it to one permanent type would be better, and I think you kind of have to pick artifact over enchantment because of Pyrohemia and Pestilence.
That's I think that works. Uh, it is not the direction I would go with this
Where would you
because
go?
that is I think it's interesting, and I think it gives you a wider range of what you can build with this if you leave it just non-creature permanent. I don't know. I assume that the trap flurry ability is like lore based, but that I would just remove that. What if this was just it only had the bottom ability?
Oh, that
So
would
it's
become
it
in much. Yeah. That would become much
yeah,
better.
yeah. Because it still allows for like big plays where you play, something that blows everything up, but you don't hand it to you don't hand it to Pyrohemia to be like, great, I can do this over and over
Yeah.
again for one. I can do it over and over again for four or something.
Mm-hmm. I like that too. Yeah. I second that, and we move on to Last Judge, Tester of Faith, a 7-mana Mardu 5/5 with Trample, Vigilance, and Menace. It can block any number of creatures. Whenever it blocks a creature, she gets +1/+1 until end of turn, and when she dies, she deals damage equal to her power to each creature and player.
Ooh.
Okay. So do
I
not hit me.
Yeah. Or if you do, like, you better have one real big thing.
Yeah. I hate token
I think
players. I hate token
yeah.
players. That's awesome.
This is very fun. I think the like that's the only thing it does though. The only
Yeah.
thing it does is say don't attack me token player and not a whole lot else.
And it is 7 mana.
Right. And like also the counterplay to it is just I don't attack you, so you still don't get to do the thing. So it's like very in gameplay would be very unsatisfying.
Mm-hmm.
I think it needs some other thing. It needs some other angle to make it do a thing proactively, or it has to set up that scenario better.
Can it be? Could it be like 5 mana and lose like a keyword? Because I'm trying to imagine a world where this is just more playable as I get a big guy who's gonna hit you, and it has vigilance, so I can hit without fearing the crackback. But it's cheap
Yeah.
enough that I'm not gonna like have to spend my entire deck budget trying to get to 7 mana.
Yeah, I actually that's a pretty clean way to do it. Just like make it a good rate for this thing,
Mm-hmm.
or like a reasonable rate for it. Like yeah, 5 mana, 5/5 trample, vigilance, menace,
Yeah.
and then this other stuff. It's like this thing is already bringing the heat with that, and like dies, dings everybody for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you actually, I'm already like, okay, maybe that's too much at 5.
Yeah, like I think it could keep vigilance because that seems pretty important to what the card wants to do. Because basically, it has to be able to block her. It is totally useless. But I feel like Trample and Menace are just getting put on because presumably in the game, she big.
Yeah.
And so I do think we could take one or both of those off and make it less overall good, but make it a card that has a chance in hell of actually being played. Because otherwise you have to do, like, your deck has to totally ignore her until the very end of the game, and then she has to come down because maybe you've done, like, this could be the finisher in, like, a Mardu group hug, give everybody tokens and goad them.
Right.
And then you're playing this as the end. But if you want them to be more playable than that specific situation, I would vote for drop keywords, drop cost, keep everything else.
Yeah. All right, everybody, get ready to clip it.
Got my finger
I
on the
think you
vine
nailed
boom.
it. Don't. I don't need to say anything else. Those are exactly the things that I would do to this card.
Oh, okay. I thought you said the designer nailed it, changed nothing. Never mind. I'm the best. We're moving on. We have Garmund and Zaza, Avengers, a 3-mana white 2/3 with First Strike and Vigilance. When it deals combat damage, you may return a creature card to your hand from the graveyard. Whenever another creature dies during combat, you can pay 4 mana with black pips, and if you do, transform them into Garmand Lost to Void. A 3/4 with the Void, double strike menace, discard a creature card, put a counter on them.
Oh, all right, all right. Cool.
I kind of like that. That's a little... I'm feeling a nasty, silly kind of way about this. We do also have a mount that you can't saddle, which is a little bit weird. Tony Chopper, thank you for the gifted sub. But like, reanimating sucks. That seems pretty cool to do on combat, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Hold on. So the double-sided, like, that's twice the processing. Brain is slow right now.
Well, Veggie process, I will shout out, good job keeping both sides simple enough. Instead of making 2 like whole ass different cards that just flipped for no reason. I feel the connection here.
Yeah, this is pretty great. I think this actually, you don't have to change anything, and I think the people that play with you will quickly realize, oh, I keep getting one-shotted by this like super early. Because what your typical play is going to be, you drop this on turn 3.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, you have something that can kill something, or you just let it happen somewhere else on the board, since this is a creature dies during combat, period.
Yeah.
So that could be not your combat. You flip it. So like, I think you're guaranteed to be swinging with this transformed by turn 5.
Mm-hmm.
Possibly turn 4. And discard a creature card for a permanent boost is a very low cost. It's especially considering like it helps you to get some of them on the front side.
Yeah.
It is also just like, in essence, a 3 mana 3/4 double strike menace. Like, you have some other pieces to that, but the fact that this is able to be the scary thing very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. My instinct is you don't need to do anything about this. Like, it's super clean. It's interesting, and I think keeps up with modern design. It's just, man, that this is going to
Yeah, a couple people
out very early.
There's going to be some Reddit posts about how this needs to be game changer for sure.
Right.
Then we will move on to the Summon Savior, a non-legendary 5 mana 3/3 with the Void and Death Touch. If a player dealt combat damage by Summon Savior controls no creatures, they lose the game. I'm Vine booming you. You are going to hell. You are going to hell. How do you feel, Veggie?
This is... I mean, you can't do this, right?
Yeah. Biorhythm walked so this card could sprint into your home while you slept.
Yeah, this is because you also like... All right, let's do a quick exploration of what happens in reality when this card is played.
Mm-hmm.
You can also, like, your opponents can use this to kill each other.
Right.
So they like, I think this really, like, this would be a game changer, because this warps the way that the game would be played.
Yes, the game has to be played entirely differently with, hey, did somebody use removal on you? Not even because like unstoppable slasher effects are pretty good, but if you get life cut by unstoppable slasher, you still have some to work with. This is just, hey, have a good rest of your day, buddy.
Yeah. And then of course you have the option to just turbo this out, like like early, and then a player just dies on like turn 3 or something.
We did
So
also word this wrong because the way it's currently worded, it's worded as like a static ongoing effect, as in like if this hits you and at any point during the game you don't control creatures anymore, you die.
I assumed that was the
Yeah.
intent. I thought it was worded correctly, and
That's the
what
entire.
they wanted the card
Oh
to do.
my brain was updating to like on combat damage. Yeah, if this is, I hit you once and you get an emblem saying you have to control creatures for the rest of the game. I think you just got to go to hell and fuck off. I think you just got to.
Well, it's not quite that bad because the way the way that this reads for me is, as long as this is on the board, you must control, and you've been hit by it, you must control creatures. But if it goes away, then that ability doesn't exist.
Okay, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
Okay. That's on me.
Still...
I meant if it dealt damage to you, if whoever it dealt damage to, that combat has no creature. So it is a check on combat damage. It is a like pseudo phage. So then it should be worded as, whenever this creature deals combat damage, if that deals combat damage to a player, if that player controls no creatures, they lose the game. Instead of forever.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So we assume that is what it does instead.
Yeah, that's what it does instead.
That is, I want to say fine, actually. Because that is, I mean, it is phage, right? But you still have the issue of it being cheated out super early, because that's why phage has that whole you lose if you cheat thing. I think it still has to have that insurance. Like, if this comes down honestly cast for 5 mana,
yeah,
I think the card is fine. But
I think where it feels weird to me is it feels mechanically fine. The vibes feel weird for the board gamey magic that this has the strength to be played in. I think it's the weird, because it doesn't feel like, I guess maybe you could try to sneak it into high power as a kill tool. It just doesn't feel good. It feels not good enough for high power and too detrimental to the good time vibes if we're messing around, which puts it in a weird place to me.
Yeah.
Could it be one less and be triple black, or even like quad black, to make it so that Golgari decks aren't just like pulling it
right,
honest casting it super easy, but then like maybe bracket 3 or even bracket 4 mono black decks could use it as like a sucker punch tool? Because that would be kind of...
yeah, I mean, like, it's in that space that is so hard to balance for, because this is such a brutal casual effect.
Yeah. Okay, I think we're circling around the idea some version of this can work. I think it has more to do with how your table feels than anything else, because like the power of it is not unreasonable. It is just, how's Kyle gonna react? Oh lord, how's Kyle gonna react when I lightning bolt his Llanowar elves and then hit him? All right, from here we will move on to Silver Super. Glow up for a Commander Precon, one of the big flashy cards in this Precon, the 0 point, a 5 mana artifact legendary artifact that for 2 and tap, choose a player at random, exile cards from the top of their library till you hit a creature, put it on the battlefield under your control, put the rest on the bottom. If that card's mana value was 4 or less, untap the 0 point.
Whoa. That's kind of sick.
Big steelies. Big steelies! The vacuum! I have a Dyson! Give me your deck!
I think this is no notes, let it rip.
Yeah. We do not make this a sorcery speed ability. If you worldly tutor, I deserve to rob you. If you worldly tutor, I deserve to do this in response. Fuck you.
Yep. Yep. Also, you paid 5 for it. Like
Yeah. Paid 5 for a legendary artifact that like presumably turn 5, paid 5 mana for this legendary artifact that will do nothing until my next turn.
Yeah. Either that or you paid 7 mana for a 4-drop.
Yeah.
Like or I guess not necessarily 4-drop, but you paid 7 mana for random hit off your opponent's deck. Like
random hit off random opponent's deck.
yeah,
so
right.
even the tutor snipe is like I have to cheat the die roll. I think no note's perfect.
Yes, I love it. Actually, if you could put this on Hall of Fame for me, like this is
Absolutely, yeah.
I think this is just very well done and rarely from you people do I see something that is both interesting and does not need a word changed.
Copy image. All right, next we have a Saltine from Elikman, Arleon, the High Master. This is a High Magister, a 4-mana 2/5 bitter twink with ward, discard a non-land card. Whenever you discard your second card each turn, you may return target creature or artifact you control to its owner's hand. If you do, tokens you control become copies of that creature or artifact until end of turn.
There's a unique combination of words.
It does have fixed research. It does have fixed research.
It does have fixed research. Return an creature artifact you control, all your stuff becomes copies. I think this has been fixed. I think this has been fixed.
Huzzah!
Where you get one trigger. It does a potentially big thing, but you have to have the right setup for it. But even if you don't, it can have a smaller thing. This I think you've done it. I think you've done it. I don't see any issues with this. I think you've pulled off this cool ability and this cool like kind of keyword thing in a way that plays well and fun without being broken or problematic.
Huzzah! I also think it's okay. I feel like I would sit down and not be intensely suspicious, and then I would be killed turn 6 and I would hate you forever. And that's a very good spot. That's a very good spot for a commander to be in.
Yeah. I think my question is, what is the ward for?
I don't want my guy to die. I don't want my
yeah.
Don't kill my guy. That's always what the ward. Don't kill my guy. Discard 5 cards. Fuck you.
The ward exists because it needs to protect or it needs to disincentivize people from removing a thing that needs time to do what it does. I don't think that this needs time to do what it does. There are so many discard outlets in these colors. There are so many ways to be able to get your second discard the turn you play this. I don't think it needs the ward. I give it like some shitty combat ability or something, but I really don't think it needs that ward.
Yeah, because you'd also be a fucking madman to play this before you had a lot of tokens or before you had the thing you wanted to bounce. Like if you don't have either of those two things, he is low-key worthless.
Right. And in that case, you don't need the ward because everybody's like, oh, well, that's
Yeah.
useless.
Oh,
I
this
don't need
guy, this guy sucks.
Right.
Okay, then moving on to Elikman's next set. These are cards, these are being glowed up. They want to be playable in both Limited and Commander. The first is Huracan Wind Spirit. 7 mana, 4/3 with Convoke, Flash. Oh, and then Elikman's asking, could I do a draw 2, discard 1 effect? You think that's a shitty combat ability? I'm banning you. Forget the rest of your cards. You crazy motherfucker.
No, it can't,
Could I have some?
it
Could I have
can't
some
feed
type of
itself.
shitty ability like drawing 2 cards every turn? Could I, if I took off Ward, could I give him some type of dog shit useless ability like drawing 3 times as many cards as I'm supposed to? Would that be weak enough? Maybe it should be draw 4, discard none. If I wanted to be, you crazy motherfucker. Could you do like on damage loot? Would that be?
No, it can't feed itself.
All right, don't feed itself. Give him vigilance. Anyway, Huracan Wind Spirit. 7 mana, 4/3, Convoke, Flash, Flying. When it enters, return a creature or spell to its owner's hand.
Cool. Okay, we're convoking. I think that's on first glance a reasonable cost, like a reasonable over cost on it to compensate for that. This is a good. Is this a common? I can't tell.
This is an uncommon.
It's an uncommon. Okay. This is a good card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I hold up blockers. In combat, I convoke all my blockers, or just on your end step, like I convoke this big flying guy and bounce your best thing.
Yeah.
I think is white bouncing permanents, opponent permanents to hand fucked up at all?
It's definitely a break. I'm trying to decide if that is a reasonable color break. Because I think bounce is still one of those like old school, oh well, we thought of a thing that you can do in the game, and well, blue is kind of thinky and tricky, so we'll just put 50 things into blue that we can't figure out where else they're supposed to go.
Reprieve does not do the same thing. I said permanent. We will roll back the fucking tape. We said opponent permanent to hand. The spell part, totally fine.
Yeah, the spell part is definitely fine. That's within white. I think it's for sure a break, and if you wanted to be super safe with this, then you make it return a creature that you control to your hand, or a spell to its owner's hand.
Mm-hmm.
Like that all is certainly within mono white.
Yeah, yeah.
Is there a reason to not make this an Azorius uncommon? Because then you have no problems.
Yes, because he wants us to play in Selesnya. I think this is for the Bant Shard in this set, and so I do think that makes sense as an Azorius card. It plays exactly like how you already want it to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next.
Yeah. But
it's cool. It's hot. Yes, it's hot. We're just worried about.
It's hot. I like it, and I think there's not much you would need to do with it. And I could see Wizards being like, White gets this now.
All right, next we have Tetratic Cohort. A 5 mana mono blue 2/3. When this creature enters, make 2 1/1 blue and black skeleton horror creature tokens with flying, and it has reconstruct, which means you can cast it from your graveyard by sacrificing a permanent in addition to its other costs, but it enters with a finality counter.
Cute. For 5 mana, so you're making 4/5 worth of bodies, two of its flying, and you get this little extra recast.
Yeah, and you can eventually play it, chump with it, and then recast it the next turn by turning one of your 1/1s into the reconstruct.
Yeah, I think this would be like one of the better commons in the set. like in a currently built set.
Mm-hmm.
I think this would be like the common that the limited grinders are like, actually, you
Oh
pack
yeah.
one, pick one this.
Yeah, yeah. Flying bodies are good. I would like, this isn't even an archetype in your set, Alec, but I think I'm not a good drafter. I am serviceable at best. And I can see what Veggie's saying, and I would probably start going Simic just to like ramp into play 4 of these and try to beat you to death in the air. But I will say, Veggie, this set does have more flying than most. Or more flying and more reach. And so 2 aerial 1/1s are not the Avengers level threat they typically are.
Yeah, that's not even the thing though. Is like, it's just there. So there's this archetype of card. Excuse me, hold on.
You've killed them,
This
folks.
design is making me phlegmy. Um, there's this archetype of like common design that always plays better than you even think
Mm-hmm.
in everything. It is common creature that make more bodies, and either that creature or the bodies fly. And the other one is common that gives you some sort of card advantage while you look at a couple cards off the top of your deck. They it doesn't matter how you like what the rate is or whatever, they will always look super mid and then
Mm-hmm.
play incredible. And I think this totally fits in that, even considering that there are more, because 2/3 is like still a reasonable body, and you're okay
Mm-hmm.
to just run this into your opponent. Like, this is I think this is fine, if not needing to bump down the stats like just a tiny bit. But it would be one of the best commons in a set design today.
Okay, that is good to know. Third Path and Narcus B, thank you both for the Twitch follows. Lashanti, thank you for the heart on TikTok. Even if I don't know what those icons mean, we will move on to a little rat freak. Storm Vermin, a 1 and a black for a 2/2 with a squad of 3, and Ruination. This card has +1/+1 and Menace if there are cards with total mana value 13 or greater among cards in your graveyard.
Is that the Ruination keyword or whatever? It just cares about 13 mana in your
Yeah, yeah,
graveyard.
yeah. Graveyard bin with 13 or more total CMC.
Okay, that's a nice little threshold twist. And squad like actually kind of plays into that, because you can then your original copy is expendable. And the squad mix is pretty good.
Yeah, I think one of the earliest back and forths we've had with Alec Man about this set was squad cost being too low, and then it just being like, oh god, you've made actual Warhammer combat, which is not a desirable thing.
Yeah, you have a million units on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So this can let's assume that the squad is just the cost. Like,
Mm-hmm.
so you have a 5 mana to make 2/2/2s with upside. And I think value 13 is like that feels tuned pretty decently for
Yeah,
this
that is
ability.
that is not eminently achievable, but you can make it happen.
And then at 8, you're getting 3 bodies.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't you cast anything bigger than that in a limited game.
Yeah, you could get an 8 mana 6 power or 8 mana 9 power if you have done the little trick.
Yeah. I think weirdly, even though this is super basic, I think this is an uncommon, because this fixes so many problems for your deck that it's a 2-drop that you're okay with, it's a 5-drop that you're okay with, it's an 8-drop that you're okay with.
Mm-hmm.
And it has a capability to actually like get through for damage to finish out a game late. I think this is an uncommon. You just can't have too many of these running around the environment, but the numbers and the costs and everything are not a problem.
I accept this. And we move on to Ogre Glutton. 2 and a black for a 3/3 with a squad cost of 4 and trample. It also has engorge, 4 mana. This creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Activate only during your turn and only once each turn. You may activate this ability by sacrificing a permanent and paying the difference in mana cost between this and the sacrificed permanent, including color.
Okay. You're eating stuff. You're eating stuff for a little boost.
Mm-hmm.
You're sacrificing a thing so it can like eat its friend.
Yeah, but it can eat your 2/2 to make it 2 power bigger because it's
Right,
trampling over. Yeah.
right. But like it can eat its squad. So
Oh, true. Yeah, it can eat its squad. And so, yeah, okay.
yeah, and the ability is instant speed, but only during your turn. That's fine. Like this is interesting. So I'm like trying to going through how does a card play in a bubble
Mm-hmm.
first, and that is why I'm focused here on. So you if you're casting this for 7, that gives you this option now. Okay, I'm gonna turn both of these sideways, send 2/3/3s with trample at you, but I get it has the trick built in of all right, I eat the other one and hit you for 5.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's also like this is on rate. You get a 3/3 for 3 with trample, but like the ability is not that great.
Yeah.
It's fine and it gives it some more play, and it can't be that good because we've already got stats that are on rate. My I think this needs no changes. The thing that I want is for it to pay for its own engorgeability, like the squad. I want this to cost the same as the engorgeability, but
Mm-hmm.
that is only I think that is just it. The numbers make brain chemical. But I don't think you need to change anything about this. I think this is pretty solid.
I agree. Free Guild Fusilier! A 2 mana red 2/2 with a squad of 3 and regiment of 5. This creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. While paying a regiment cost, you can tap your creatures to help. Each creature you tap will activate its ability, pays for 1 or 1 mana of that creature's color. Alright, waterbending. Alright. Me when the human soldiers with guns have learned the ancient art of bloodbending.
Yeah. Uh huh. Huh. Like I like the idea because it's like it is uh activated ability convoke.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fine. I
I
mean,
don't
it's a
know.
2/2. It is a mana dump for a staring contest, and I think having that type of thing is always important, even if it's typically a tap ability. Um, and no, it does, Alec, man, it works. It's just always very funny to see like legally distinct other mechanic because we want it to feel Warhammery, and Wizards does this all the time. This is not a unique sin that you are committing. It's just funny to be like, this is waterbending, but for soldiers. This is waterbending, but for army guys. I think it's overcosted, but it has to be a common. If this is like a well-costed pinger with squad, and then it's common, that feels problematic to me, but I'm an idiot. Doctor, is that problematic?
This is I think fine because like if we look at the cost for regiment, this really is 4 mana, right? Because you're guaranteed to have this
Yeah.
itself on the board. Um, and we've seen other commons like this in other sets that is like, hey, we're the aggressive color, and we need a way to get the final chip damage in to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is pretty fair. The squad is strange because getting a second copy of this does not do anything for you aside from help to pay one more of the regiment.
Mm-hmm.
I think the dangerous side of me wants to drop the squad cost down.
The freaky side of you, Freakwagon.
Yeah.
Freakwagon wants to see a 1 in a red for the squad.
I think you can get away with it because I'm assuming then regiment is something that plays into I probably like the red white archetype in this.
Yeah.
Um and that then the further assumption that that archetype is go wide aggro. I
Mm-hmm.
think you can be okay with like 4 mana, make 2/2/2s with a bad ability to chip damage in.
Okay. I,
Yeah,
I,
so I think
I
you can
could
make
agree
this
with that.
better.
Hell yeah, make it better. Macy Hearts is asking, what's the difference between submitting a card for glow up as opposed to just normal review? So if you have been listening so far, Veggiewagon is very knowledgeable and is processing things on a different level than I am. I'm telling you, if I think it looks stupid, if I like how its feet be shuffling, Veggie is thinking about how does this play in a limited environment, which he won't toot his horn, but he will let me do it for him. He's very good at limited. Can regularly get to Mythic whenever he likes a set. He understands limited environments very well in terms of playing through them. He has designed very, very good cards. He is just generally knows a lot about the game and knows a lot about these specific applications of card design as they relate to how do things run around in limited, how do things do what they do with respect to their colors, with respect to their cost, with respect to their stat lines. And I'm giving you vibes. For a glow up, Veggie is allowed to look at your intent and do his best to make it better if there are problems. On a normal review, Veggie is forced to do what I do and give the immediate vibes reviews. And he can say what's wrong, but he can't go in depth on fixing it because then every card takes like 10 minutes. And then we can't review many people's cards. So that's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
And with that said, we're going to move on to normal reviews. These are still from Alec Mann's Age of Sigmar cards. I am going to hit the manual ad break on Twitch. And then we will come back and get back to the normal reviews. And yes, Siberian Rabbit. Armchair limited analysis can only get you so far, and that is why multiple times Veggie has said, or Veggie has pulled out the example with the Cosmium card specifically of it's tough to know this without looking at the entire set itself, because there are some things you can't catch in a vacuum, but it is certainly better than the things I could catch in a vacuum. Kraken, thank you for the prime. Welcome to the dog home. I'm going to go use the bathroom and get some water, and then we will get back to it.
All right, I'll jingle the keys. Yeah, I mean, like it's hard to make those assumptions. But like you just have to make the assumptions. So if I'm looking at it something for a limited environment, then I'm going to default to the set is designed with current current philosophy, and that these card like if I'm looking at something like this, then I'm like, okay, there's a keyword. Great. That is a keyword that's used in the way that would be done in a full set. And then I will I will just make a bunch of assumptions on my experience and how I know sets of designed currently. And I could be totally wrong, and the rest of the cards in the set could be super busted, and but there's no way to know. And yeah, I did want to say, Electman, yeah, I don't think there are any problems with this mechanic. I mean, there's maybe some weirdness on. No, you know what? Yeah, I don't think there's any issues with this. Mauled Wagon, I think, has a better ring to it. But yeah, but hello everybody. Yeah, Tony, it'll be good to see you at the Avatar event. I assume that I will be in some sort of cosplay.
You talking about dragging that Maggin?
We're trying to figure
That's
out what's yeah, are we Veggiehound or Maldwagon?
I think Maldwagon rolls off the tongue.
That's
so
what I
much.
said.
Yeah, the
Yeah, Veggiehound sounds badass. That's why it's not us.
and Veggiehound also does not sound badass. It's like it's too. I think the double syllable on the back half sounds better than the double syllable on the front. And so if I was thinking of ways to make it roll off the tongue cleaner, I would say like V-Hound, but then we sound like complete freaks if we're calling ourselves V-Hound. And so we can't do that.
That's like that you knew somebody in college that nicknamed themselves V-Hound.
Right, I'm the V-Hound. You're being shot in the street. is what you are. Also, question from Kiva Delix: does being a YouTube Premium subscriber help you? Even though I'm not seeing any ads, I have no idea how it works on the back end. You and me both, Kiva. I know that it helps. When I look at my YouTube revenue, I do get to see that some proportion of it I get paid for YouTube Premium subscribers watching, even though they're not seeing ads. I have no idea if it contributes as much as someone who's not using YouTube Premium, if it contributes more. So don't worry about it. Thank you for watching. If you're watching, period, even if you're watching with an ad blocker, I appreciate you being here. Don't stress about stuff like that. Unseen Door, I don't know what you're talking about, and actually you're going to be banned now. They printed a fucking deer dog in the Avatar set, and so now people have some pressing questions for me in 3-3 Elk that I'm not ready to answer. I'm not ready to answer those. War in Valhalla. Yeah, we're going to the next card. These are going to be normal reviews. Venari Aralan Sentinel. A 2-mana 2/2 with a squad of 3 and reach. Whenever this creature becomes tapped, scry 2. Is it perfect? Yes or no?
Yeah, this seems fine.
Seems fine? Seems great?
Yeah.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Next we have the Alarith Mountain Spirit, an 8-mana 5/5 with Convoke, Trample, Reach. Whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player or battle, put a shield counter on it. Can we send it to the printers?
We power crept Siege Worm.
Fuck worms! Who cares about worms? We're about fucking Tauren now!
This is a little overtuned.
Okay, so you gotta pair this one back, Alec, man. Come on. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's too easy to put that shield counter on it. He's just never gonna die.
How do I fix it? We've told you it's too easy to put the shield counter on. Make harder. Next we have Travel the Waterways. X, 2, and a blue. It's an instant with Convoke. X target creatures get +1/+0 and cannot be blocked this turn.
I opened the wrong card. Yeah.
That's the happy noise.
I like it. I like it. There's some nice conflict of the choices that you're making for this card. Do I keep creatures?
No, you're done. No, you're done.
Cost? Like, yeah, this is great.
I'm fine moving you. I'm fine moving you. It's good. It's good. It's cute. I liked it. I've seen all these before, so I'm recusing some of my stuff. All right, 2 for 3. The moose is too good. Next, we have the Marrow Pact, a 1 and a white artifact. Sack this artifact. Target creature you control gains protection from the color of your choice until end of turn, and you can reconstruct it.
Right, and that's replay, sack a thing, finality.
Yeah.
This is the thing that it does is a little rough for current gameplay. You'll notice that they just don't do this kind of thing anymore.
Hmm.
That's my base thing for this is protection sitting on board. They don't do very much anymore because
it makes everybody bored and sad and hateful. Yes. Next, we have the Mortek Crawler, a 3-mana artifact that on ETB draws a card, and by sacrificing this artifact, you can put a stun counter on up to 1 target tapped creature. You can also reconstruct it.
Ooh, it's like Cryogenic Relic 2.
Mm-hmm. Mortek Boogaloo.
Yeah, I see no problems with this. Also, people liked playing that common in Edge of Eternities. I would like playing this. Yeah, this seems solid.
Tremendous. Next, we have the Mortisan Soul Reaper, a 2 and a black for a 1/2 with Death Touch. Whenever you sacrifice 1 or more permanents, put a counter on this creature.
I think, yeah, I mean, like, we've seen these things done before. This is uncommon, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, also like it. I don't see any big issues. Numbers seem tuned well.
Hell yeah. All right, so Alec Man, these spins around the block do work out pretty well. Yeah, tasty soup. He be reaping. And then we have more normal reviews. Night Runner. 1 and a blue for a 1/1 with a squad of 3 and skulk. Sack this creature. Target creature you control connives.
Very cute. Yes, I agree with the general sentiment that the set symbol needs to be bigger.
Everyone's squinting, trying to figure out what cards they should list on TCG Player. What's the percentage of creatures in this set with squad? 100. I don't know if I think I've seen only like the rare and mythic rare legendaries that don't have squad.
Yeah. The thing that you do need to keep in mind, I'll keep this as short as I can, is if squad is a mechanic that you're using very broadly and very commonly, then you run into significant issues with your limited environment as a whole, because these just start being significant, like way better than your later drops, just because of the flexibility. So I won't say more than that, but be careful with using it too much.
And then we have Devious Schemes, a 1 black mana instant that says target player draws a card and loses 1 life. Then up to 1 target creature you control connives.
Whoa. That's too much for 1
I
mana.
I swear to God, I saw this card last time and I was like, oh, it can be a little bit better, and then we just like made it a fucking the Bionic Man. We RoboCopped this thing.
Yeah, this is very much draw 2 cards, discard a card, put +1/+1 counter on a creature.
Go fuck yourself.
Like, whoa. Come on, man.
What happened?
Ooh.
Yeah, I think that's even if we made that sorcery, that still feels really good, but being able to do that as a combat trick is I'm spitting.
Yeah, it's 2 mana at least if it's a sorcery. It's 3 if it's an instant.
Look what
especially a common.
Look what the Avatar State does, though. Yeah, it doesn't draw you 2 cards. I've seen what the Avatar State does, and that's power crept, and we're mad about that.
Right, and also though, that's what White gets. That White gets. We ruin your life for attacking me or trying to touch my stuff for 1 white mana. It just gets that.
I looked at a Spider-Man card. Could I put it at 1 black? Because that would be the same for said Spider-Man card. So we have a reference card, and you made it cost half as much as the reference card. Yes, I would say at 1 black, it becomes more reasonable. But damn. Unstable Experiment is the... I will then
Yeah,
yes.
because it's 2 mana. Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, if it costs twice as much, then we're good. All right, next we have Crack's Call, a 4 mana sorcery with Ruination. Costs 2 less to cast if your graveyard has a total CMC of 13 or more. It deals 4 damage to a non-land permanent.
Why you can't deal damage to target non-land permanent? The rules do not allow for that. Otherwise, I think this is cool.
And they mean because battles matter in this. So I think if we just say creature or battle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Changes to creature or battle on language, but the effect itself is good. And then we move into the next group of 3, which is Bright Battle Mage. A 2 mana 1/2. Whenever you activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mana ability, this creature deals 1 damage to any target.
Activate an ability of a creature you control that isn't a mana ability. This creature does 1 damage to any target. If we're only looking at this in a limited environment, yeah, this is pretty cool. If we're looking at this at where any other cards exist in the world, you cannot make this card.
In the world where only your 200 cards exist, God, beautiful. Because anybody else has ever designed a Magic card in their life, hammer pile. We're sending it to the fucking dump. And that's presumably just because, like, it will go. There are manaless activated abilities. We have the Nadu problem. We have the infinite loop problem. Is that why?
This becomes like this maybe becomes like legacy playable. Certainly, yeah, because it replaces Cephalid Breakfast.
Jesus, yeah.
You just go nomads and core or whatever they are, and then this wins on turn 2, and that's with no ramp or anything.
What kind of red payoffs should I have given for activated abilities matter? I mean, this can be the payoff, but it has to cost mana. Like, it's not that you're going in the wrong direction. It's that when you make the payoff manaless, when the setup can also be manaless, that's where the problem comes in. And so if you wanted to safeguard against that, you could just literally tack like a price on activating it, and then it becomes fine. But for limited, cool. Next, we have Free Guard Cavalier, a 3-mana 3/3 with a squad of 3 and Trample and Regiment. Put a +1/+1 counter on a creature you control for 5 mana, but only as a sorcery.
And this is at common. Okay. I promise I'll keep this quick. There's a thing I'm noticing here. You had another common in black at 3 mana that was the same stats and combat keyword. Trample is not typically a black ability, but it's not locked out of that color. But I think you want to look at your set as a whole to make sure that there are differences in, like, these are like the fine tunings for the set altogether.
Ames, thank you for the raid. Shut up, Veggie. Stop talking about cards. We're going to keep talking about cards. We're doing a custom Magic card review. We're currently looking at draft cards that are somewhat designed for Commander. Thank you very much for the raid, Ames. I hope you were having a good stream.
Hi, Ames.
Anyway, so your problem was that this guy looks too black, I believe were your exact words. You want to elaborate on that fundamental moral position?
You already had one black guy, so
can't. And if the set just gets lousy with black guys, there's gonna be a real issue.
Yes, what I was saying was, you want some variety in what your creatures are doing, especially at the common level. If there are a bunch of common 3/3s that don't have that are just trampling or not other abilities that help them to change combat, then your gameplay is a bunch of things running into each other and exploding with no progress being made in the game. So green can get better stats than this.
Especially
So
if
like, yeah.
especially if the black card in question was a 3/3 ogre that has the combat trick ability. So maybe black is getting more of the I can trick you mid combat, and green is getting the like in between combats we can form up better than you. But I agree with Veggie's overall slant of like we have to the different archetypes have to feel different. And it has to feel like you're making a choice because you drafted the green common or the blue common instead of the black common instead of the red common. Instead of just like my biggest worry, having seen every card you've submitted for this set, is like the is just having a board of 2/2s and 3/3s that are looking at each other, and then as Veggie said, you just like smash stuff in and no progress gets made.
Yeah. And I don't know if there was a short that Electman is referencing that you made, then you're wrong.
Yeah, no, that's a lie for sure. I think I was making an exaggeratory statement about the state of Commander.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, even though sometimes combat keywords just kind of show up in places, there is an intentional use to them, and that is a whole long conversation that I cannot get into because I will not be able to stop explaining what the purpose of every single combat keyword and why they're in places that they are.
All right, so if we're gonna have keywords, make them feel different and lend themselves to some type of different play pattern between the colors, between the shards, however you want to group them, versus just like these are the same guy. These are the same guy you play in the same way, and they're just in different factions as a different like sticker on top of them.
Yes, and to be fair, that is a hard thing to do.
Yeah. Next, we have the Vanguard of Light, a 3-mana battle. So this is a battle that you own. Also, Lady Lag, thank you very much for gifting 5 tier 1 subs. Welcome to Dog Heaven. And Sheoruk, thank you for the Twitch follow. So battle you can...
Did we miss one?
Shut the fuck up. I don't know, man. I don't know. Yeah, we sure did. Yeah, we definitely did. Free Guild Steelhelm, a 1-mana 1/1 with a squad of 2. When it becomes tapped, target creature you control gets +1/+1 until end of turn.
Yeah, this is very good from what I've seen. I think this is an uncommon. That's it.
Yeah, 1-mana 2/2 when it attacks. That's already... Fuck the squad cost. I'm already hot on that.
Yeah.
All right, now we have the battle control point. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? I lost it. I'm gonna scream. Vanguard of Light, a 3-mana battle with 5 counters on it. When it enters, for each opponent, exile 1 target non-land permanent they control until this battle leaves the battlefield.
But okay, so but the control point it functions differently.
Oh yes, when you kill it, you exile it and you get it. And so it control trades back and forth. It does not go away. It does not flip into a different thing. It is just pooping back and forth forever.
Okay. Yeah, I'd put my butt up to this. I think actually what you can do here is tune this down, because this is a Banishing Light, right? That's already 3 mana. It being a battle that can switch control is a downside. Make this 2 mana.
Yeah, I agree actually. Spanish says should be 4 mana. No, it shouldn't. This is an effect that white already has, but it's worse because it can be taken away from you and then used against you. So yeah, I would say 2 mana.
I like this. I like this idea, but yeah, tune it down.
And then last but not least, we have Roiling Roots, a battle with 3 counters on it. When it enters, you can sack a land to search your library for 2 basics, put it onto the battlefield tapped, then shuffle.
Yeah. See, this now you're getting it. Like, I think this is still on rate for this kind of thing. I'm trying to figure out how you would tune this down. I know I don't have. I won't get in too deep for it, but like this is still on rate for something like Roiling Regrowth. So you can find a way to make this do a thing better or cheaper, since it has the downside of trading back and forth.
Yeah. I think this one's cool. I'd love to be able to ramp like the cheater ass green players.
Mm-hmm.
It's Brewski. Thank you for the Twitch follow, and just Asa, thank you as well. But yeah, I like these. I like the battles overall. So thank you, Alec Man. We are now going to move on to Dark Oasis. These are glow ups. First is Dr. Robert Wennebacher, a 1 green mana 1/2, already too good. While you have a rad counter, permanents you control have ward 1, and it melds with Phoebe the 5th Stoat. Phoebe. Okay. Oh, no, Brewski. No. We should have it the way it is. We should have the snip snap. Phoebe the 5th Stoat is a 4 mana Dimir 3/3. While you have a rad counter, Phoebe has first strike and death touch. And at the beginning of your end step, if you control and own both Phoebe and Robert Wennebacher, exile them and return them melded, and presumably this thing will just break the game in half. They become Nayla, Interpol Constable. Oh no, this is not. No. This is totally different. I missed the meld thing, and I grabbed the wrong card. Forget that thing. Ah! It becomes a 5/5 with Death Touch, Trample, and Ward. Pay life equal to the number of rad counters you have. When it enters or attacks, each player gets 2 rad counters. At the beginning of your end step, reanimate something with mana value less than the number of rad counters you have. Now, you don't specify whether it is to hand or field, and that is an incredibly important distinction.
It is, yeah. Lore wise, is this Weasel piloting this zombie body?
I believe the Weasel is inside the man, controlling him like freak Ratatouille. Meant to be Battlefield. Okay, so
okay. I want to be, so what is this design for? Like what format?
For my freaky Weasel man. I presume this is for Commander if it's a meld card, but then actually they're not partners, so it doesn't. It's for Commander.
Yeah.
It's for Commander.
Okay. Yeah, you got to figure out how you want these to play, because the first design, like, it seems like they want to be partners with.
Yeah.
Otherwise you cannot play them in the same deck together. If one of them is the commander, you have to have a totally different commander.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then that is the other thing, is like, if they're melding, finding each other is very, like, then if they're in the 99, it makes them much better. So yeah, I tried to making a good point, that you kind of want to do like the Vanilla and Fang kind of thing, where one of these has a sneaky, like Phoebe has like a sneaky green pip on it or something, so that you can play Dr. Robert in the 99. Because having your 2 pieces of meld in the command zone for a thing that seems pretty good is a lot.
Yeah, because you have 2 bodies in the command zone. Phoebe can beat everybody's ass. My camera also is malfunctioning.
Oh, yeah.
Give me 1 second.
You look very, very intense.
Yeah, I've been PNG.
But I'll leave that for the moment, I guess. So the melded thing here. What was the cost to do it? Just control it and
yeah,
stuff?
Just have them. Okay, to interrupt. TikTok, this stream is going to close down because I have to use this backup camera for the main stream now. So if you want to keep watching, head over to Twitch. Otherwise, thank you all for being here. All right, and then I'm going to turn my backup camera on here.
I have to say, the meld is underwhelming. Not that the abilities are not cool, but typically when you have a meld, the thing that you get is large and has like or has twice as many words on it as this does. This is very small for a meld.
Yeah, it is
Um,
very well, it's a very normal meld, but it's also incredibly easy to get the meld off. So does that maybe meet in the middle? Like this is diet meld?
that's yeah, but like meld has the meld has always been like a very large grand thing. So
Mm-hmm.
I am internally struggling with, is this okay? Is this
Mm-hmm.
okay for a meld to be like light?
Yeah.
But that's meld is it does not happen very much in the game period, so we'll just assume that they're okay with this shift in the concept of meld.
Mm-hmm. And it is like they're not fusing into one being. It is a rat has climbed inside a dead body and is piloting it Ratatouille style.
Right.
So the flavor of this meld is different from like Mishra. Also, Alec Man, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you for the submissions. Welcome back to Dog Heaven. I prefer it being played safer than going over the top, but I do agree this is a weirder type of thing
Yeah,
than Mel typically does.
it's a nitpick, I think, for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I will examine outside of that. Um, I think this is a pretty good use of rad counters. I Yeah, because you have both of these, and they melt together, so you don't have those pieces anymore. Uh, both the beginning halves also seem super fair.
Mm-hmm.
If actually like Dr. Robert is a little, that is a lot. I don't offhand know how quickly and easily you can get rag counters. Um, so I think that's okay. And then I do just think this is a very interesting and clean use of them for the melded creature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can rock with that. All right, I'm gonna push us to Nayla Interpol Constable, the 3-mana 3/1. Whenever an opponent commits a crime against you for the first time each turn, detain a creature, then Nayla connives. So I'm gonna ant just on play pattern. I don't think that's broken. And it crafts with the Clockwork Corpse, which is a 4-mana legendary artifact with Ward 2. And at the beginning of end step, look at the top X, where X is the number of legendary artifacts you control. Put 1 into your hand and the rest on the bottom in any order. Craft with Nayla and 3 legendary artifacts for 6 mana. And this thing is probably going to break the game in half. Klakla, Immortal Hatred. A 3/3, okay? With flying, non-token artifacts are legendary. When they enter, each opponent faces a villainous choice. Lose life equal to the number of legendary artifacts you control, or Klakla connives X, where X is equal to the number of legendary artifacts you control. And you can sack 2 legendary artifacts to regenerate them.
Ah, okay. This is interesting. Let me there's a lot to break down. Let's start with Nayla.
Mm-hmm.
Uh yeah, that ability sucks. But
This is the first time I've ever heard Vengers go, ugh.
I think you can get away with it. Because it's not stopping them from just like beating your face in.
Mm-hmm.
And it is limited to the first time each turn. I think the only thing I would do would be uh detain target creature that player controls, because then you
Oh,
can't
yeah.
like it's also more flavorful, I assume, because it's weird if somebody's like, oh hey, I'll crime you so we can detain opponent B's creature.
Well, that's
um
flavorful to the real police. So where
yeah.
are we drawing where are we drawing the line? What are you saying you don't support false flag operations, Veggie?
Yeah.
Sprinkle some crack on them.
I
Just sprinkle a little crack on that guy's creature for me.
uh uh and then you don't need the reminder crafts with Clockwork Corpse. Um
Yeah.
just that's just a formatting templating thing. Cool. Yeah, I think I think people would hate this ability, but I think I think it works and is fine as far as things go. Just change it to creature they control. Uh Clockwork Corpse. Let me see. Okay, so look at top X legendary artifacts. This is yeah, this is I think this is fine. This is pretty cool, if not. Yeah, because it counts itself, so you're guaranteed a draw.
Yeah, so the floor here is 4 mana, draw 1 extra card a turn, but on end
Mhm.
step, which is like better
Yeah.
the turn you play it, and then worse every turn after.
Yeah. I think this is a case of I think my thing is cool. I don't want people to blow it up. The word I think is unnecessary.
But I like it. But
Right.
I don't want to be abraded.
If I remember correctly, Craft exiles the thing itself on when you activate it, so you also don't need the word to protect this from removal and response.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, like sure, if you want the word, go for it, but it is not necessary here. And then Clockla, I want to know what the purpose, like there's not a problem with this mechanically. I just want to know what about this thing in the lore makes your artifacts legendary. That's fascinating. Um I think this also just works. You paid a whole lot of stuff to make this 3/3. Um
I
I
frankly would
even
say
want
if
to
it doesn't work, it's because it's not good enough, rather than the other way around.
right.
Like, if anything, it's a little bit. It's lose life equal to however many really non-token artifacts I have, which I guess you could have quite a lot if the only thing you care about doing is playing artifacts. Um, but like I just let your I lose what? 7 life to the ETB of this guy? Maybe?
Yeah, make this thing like a 10/10.
Yeah. this
Like
like
honestly.
this should be the thing that says if you let it connive, you are gonna let it become a lethal threat, not if I let it connive, it's gonna become a meaningful creature in the first place. Have it start as a meaningful creature, and if you choose connive, it becomes the ass beater 9,000.
Hmm. Yeah, because like your cost to get there is high. Like
Wacky
you
high.
had to spend the 4 mana um for the front side and 6 more mana. So you've spent 10 mana and you've had to get 3 legendary artifacts and and Nayla. Make this thing make this thing humongous.
Yeah.
Yeah, or lose life equal to number of legendary artifacts. Uh, period.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think both of those, but
Yeah.
this was incredibly safe. Make it unsafe.
All right, next we have from Kaitera a glow up redeem for the Arc of Atrahasis, an 8 mana legendary vehicle that is an 8/8 with Flample and Ward 3. Whenever this vehicle attacks, defending player chooses an artifact, a creature, and an enchantment they control for each permanent chosen this way. They shuffle it into their library, then you draw a card. Holy fuck!
Woo!
Oh! Oh, crew 4!
Greasefang has a new has a new
Oh
friend.
shit! Oh my god! All right, I'm vetoing. I'm vetoing just because of Greasefang. This is a mythic from a standard / draft focus set. Uh, I
Ward is
think.
because it has a powerful barrier. Okay. I was like, what's the barrier? Oh, like
Oh yeah,
you
yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
mean like canonically, like
Mm-hmm.
that's the lore is it has a powerful barrier.
And I think mechanically this is a ward that makes sense because it is a nothing thing until it attacks. And so because
Hmm.
it's going to be summoning sick, like yes, we get
Yeah.
ward because I've spent 8 mana on a thing that you can just go, all right, fucking abrade.
Yeah. Uh, honestly, I think the only thing I'm concerned about is this okay because Greasefang exists. Everything else about it, I'm like, this is cool. Um, I like that it's not hasted, so that like you see it on board. Players do have a turn to figure out. The ward I think is fine as a deterrent, but if we're paying 8 mana for this, then players are able to remove it. It just is gonna cost them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think you can do this. I think you can do this as is. I think it is fine. My Grease Fang deck will be very happy about it. Um, and down the line, if we learn that it's been a problem and then Wizards comes to you, you can just say, yeah, make it crew 5. But
Yeah, it is an absolute blowout device, which I think is okay for how expensive it is. And
it's not even. It's not even. They choose. Like defending player chooses.
yeah, then I draw 3 cards.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good.
It's not a blowout device though. You've like it's good.
I don't know, man. I saw your board last night. This would have fucking ruined your life. This would have,
Yeah, it's 'cause
this would have fucking
I had
ruined
nothing
your
on
life
it. I
every
had nothing
turn.
on it by like turn 10.
All right. Then we're going to move on to Madra, who sent in the end of the Solaris deck. Thank you for the 10 bits, Madra. So these are normal other than Solaris. And so the final battle gets the glow up. Everything else, shriek loudly.
Okay.
Final Solar Rays, a 2-mana instant that deals damage equal to twice the number of creatures you control to a creature or planeswalker. If the target would die, exile it.
Yeah, this is in line.
Remarkably fair.
No notes.
Yeah, remarkably fair. Congratulations. I love it. Next, Shamash. Solaris' Advocist, a 3-mana red 1/3, and here it comes. Defender, double strike, wither. Creatures with Defender have retaliate. Whenever a spell or ability you control deals excess damage to a creature or planeswalker an opponent controls, Shamash deals damage equal to the excess to the controller of that permanent.
And retaliate is reverse trample.
Reverse
right?
trample. Yeah, welcome back, Madra. I enjoyed this little trip around the sun with Final Solar Rays. Welcome back to the normal stuff.
I just
I just I'm getting out my whiteout bottle and a random third of the card. Whiteout bottle for a random third, and then I'm so good. And then I'm so good.
yeah, I think even not knowing the rest of the what this is designed for, that does so much.
All right, next we have Sin Solaris' Shadow, a 5-mana 2/5 with Flash, Defender, Death Touch, and First Strike that also gives your instants, sorceries, and abilities lifelink. I'm gonna spit! I mean, so
abilities you control have lifelink. There's some rules weirdness in there that also like can't quite happen. I don't think, but
when has
yeah.
reality ever stopped these cards, man? This has Flash because if you swing at me, I want you to get PTSD about it. That's why this has Flash.
Weirdly, I think this card is fine.
Oh my god, I hate you.
I
Don't
think
do
it's
this.
fine aside from the rules issue on abilities you control have lifelink, which like if as long as there's not a problem with it, it actually it could function fine. This is a 5 mana kill spell that leaves you with a 2/5 defender. Again, though, the context of what we know about this deck so far, that is what changes it. This card would be fine if the rest of the deck did not do what the deck does.
Did not provide everything with Wither and Retaliate and
Mm-hmm.
All right, Solar Sigil Talisman, a 4-mana legendary enchantment. When it enters, draw a card, you gain 4 life. As long as you control a sigil, whenever a source would deal damage to you or a battle you control, gain that much life. At the beginning of each end step, if you gained 5 or more life this turn, draw a card. So the weirdness here for me is whenever a source would deal damage to you or a battle you control, that verbiage suggests gain that much life instead. And if it was gain that much life instead, totally different crazy card. If it's just when you take damage or when a battle you control takes damage, you also gain that much life, then it's more reasonable because then it's just like, okay, I have to hammer the sigil.
Yeah, I don't. It depends on what the sigil is. Like that's a one of the unique battle types, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, it's the battle type that you control, and most of them have been. Oh yeah, and then it's each end step, and so that's like even if you, so if you swing down my sigil, I gain life and draw a card for it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is a quick one. It's just a little overtuned. The draw card is too much, and you can break that second ability in ways that I don't think you intend to. So,
Okay, then let's look at one of the sigils, the Four World Suns, a 4-mana white sigil with 4 counters. When it enters Investigate, at the beginning of each of your upkeeps, investigate for each opponent that has more cards than you have in hand. Sacrifice X tokens. This battle deals X damage to target attacking or blocking creature.
This is cool. Yeah. This is cool. No notes on this.
Despise it. I have notes. Yeah, I think this one's fine.
Yeah.
I wanna. It's the like Wojek Investigator or whatever, but it can shoot people instead of being a creature.
Yeah.
Then we have Yuri of the Sun City, a 4-mana 1/6 with Flash, Defender, and Lifelink. When it enters, counter a spell unless its controller pays an amount of mana equal to the spell's mana value. And when Yuri enters, you and another target player draw 2 cards.
That's
This is one where I'm just again like, why do we have to? Why do they all the cards got to do all of it? Everything has Flash and Defender because the commander makes Defenders attack, and everything has Flash because I want to be a stinky little rat.
Yeah. Yeah, this is just it's too blinkable.
And it's just a good, like, let us please all remember, this is also a 6/6 with Flash and Lifelink. In the context of this deck, this is a 4-mana 6/6 with Flash, Lifelink, can counter a spell, and can draw you 2 cards.
Yeah. And even outside of the context of this deck, this is this like is incredibly powerful defensively.
Yeah. I don't think we have to worry. So here's one of the upsides of the inherent parasitism of these designs is I don't think we have to change from enter to when you cast this because we haven't seen much flicker. Like the deck is not designed heavily around flickering. The deck is designed heavily around blowing you out for swinging a single creature at Madra one time. And so I'm not as worried about flicker abuse. I'm just worried about you one time playing a 4-mana 6/6 at instant speed that will lifelink, make me lose life, and draw you 2 cards. That's it.
Yeah.
Next, we have Vengeful Solar Rays, a 2-mana Boros instant. You can't cast this spell during your turn. Untap each creature you control. They get +1/+4, gain flying, and retaliate until end of turn. Ah, yes. The combat trick I'm definitely casting on my turn. I take umbrage at the fake downside.
Yeah, if this is going to be the blowout that it can be, it just can't be so cheap. Like,
Yeah.
I like the idea. I think the effect is fine. But like this is the crater hoof for this deck. It can't be 2 mana.
Well, it's not even the Crater Hoof because it's not designed to. Actually, it kind of is if you swing into this person because of retaliate. God damn it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's combat. It's combat Tricker Hoof. Right. It's +4/+4 in this deck, and that's again like the fake downside. Is everything is built to plug directly into the motherboard of what this deck is doing, and so all the things that would be downsides if these cards were designed for a limited environment where Defender was a possible thing you can do, go away in the context of this is a commander deck where everything will have Defender.
Mm-hmm.
Everything will have Defender. Everything will probably already have Retaliate. Everything will have First Strike. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like a 6-mana spell.
Next, we have Vigilant Kanushi, a 2-mana 0/4 with Flash, Defender, Retaliate. Spells you cast during combat cost 1 less to cast. I'm again taking issue with the Flash 2-mana 4/4.
Yeah, this actually is a really cool card outside of the context of the deck.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I got.
So, Madrid, there's a card that gives +0/+7 in reach. Yeah, and I'm gonna presume it doesn't give Retaliate. I'm gonna presume it doesn't turn all the defenders you just buffed up into direct damage to the player at the same time. Is that a true statement that I've made? Well, Troper, it's not about +7/+7 because again, like in the context of some cards can be used better than their design intended them to be, because you're using them in a defender deck. That's fine, but we're using this as an overrun on other people's turns. Like if it was just +1/+4 and they got reach, or +1/+4 and they got flying, yeah, whatever. That's the typical like Boros last second stand. I'm going to raise a defense where you didn't think I had one. With Retaliate, it becomes I get to do that and I kill you. It is I do that and I deflecting palm you. Not even better than deflecting palm, even because I'm probably going to do more damage to you than you were trying to do to me once I land this thing. That's the more problematic part. And then we go to Solaris' Temple, a legendary land that taps for colorless, or if you sack an enchantment to add 2 white.
Yeah. I mean, I think you could print this. I guess I don't know this one's harder to assess within the context. But I like it.
Yeah, this one I don't think we're like pumping out enchantments at Amazon speeds. So this seems like this seems like genuine downside rather than fake downside.
Yeah.
Which I enjoy very much.
I like Phyrexian Tower for enchantment.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Next, we have Scorching Vengeance, a Mardu sorcery with Arcane. Scorching Vengeance has Flash as long as damage has been dealt to you this turn. I like that much more than just everything has Flash. Destroy a permanent. You and its controller create a colorless artifact token named Coal with tap, sack this artifact, add black or red, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play that card.
Ooh. Yeah, this is cool. I don't know why it's arcane. It that does a whole lot. My worry would be making copies of that token. That is a very good token. But otherwise, I like it. I don't think we've seen anything like that in this deck. So in the context of the deck, this is a cool card.
It has Arcane because I think there's another sub-theme within this deck that allows you to reuse Arcane spells or get benefits for casting Arcane spells.
Of course. Yes.
But I like that one. And then finally, this one is the glow-up. This is Solaris, a 3-mana battle with 3 counters. On ETB, exile a non-land permanent until this battle leaves. At the beginning of your upkeep, for any number of opponents, exile a permanent they control until this battle leaves the battlefield. Then put defense counters on Solaris equal to the mana value of each target. When the 60th counter is put on Solaris, cast all cards exiled with it without paying their mana cost. If you control a legendary god with Defender, read as your commander, you win the game. Nani the fuck, Madra. We know you can do this. We've seen so many cool ideas from you. We've seen so many cool and interesting ideas. And this is the Dyson vacuum that wins me the game. The Dyson vacuum that removes all your bullshit and wins me the game.
It's... all right, this is a glow up, right?
This is a glow up.
We can fix this.
Okay. It is fixable. Hit me with it.
So I don't actually have a lot of problem with some of these pieces. Like the final ability, okay. I think I'm actually cool with all of it. 60th counter, that's a lot of stuff. I cast all the cards exiled it without paying the mana cost. Okay, you win the game anyway. I don't think you need that. I think it should just be one or the other. It should be win the game or cast all the stuff. Casting all the stuff should win you the game. It's maybe more interesting and cleaner if it is just if you control the legendary god with Defender, win the game. That's a lot of stuff to do. The problem really with this card is that the weakness you've built into it does not exist. So it's like, oh, okay, all I have to do is hit this thing, right? And then it goes away. But you're not going to play it into like a board that is able to kill it easily. You just go like board wipe, cast it, cool. The game is over. Right. Because you then just continue to remove everything that could possibly get in on it. So I think with minimal like tweaking of what this does, you just need to change that middle ability in a way that does not hoover up everything that might be able to deal with it.
If you limited it to one opponent, would that become good enough? Because I also like I don't know. Maybe if you were against 3 Elf Ball decks, you could flood the board enough. But if this makes it to an upkeep, and you take the best creature from each player's board, and you put like 12 defense counters on, this thing has 15 defense counters on. Maybe let's say you played this on curve to try to set it up. You've put down like 1 defender. You have like a 0-2 or a 0-3 blocker. You've gotten rid of one thing. If they can't get rid of it that turn cycle, I don't understand how you ever, like, you're just waiting for somebody to cast Generous Gift, and if you don't have Generous Gift in hand, game is just over.
Mm-hmm.
And so I feel like if you limited it to one opponent, that might be a way to do it, because then it's like, okay, I'm going to try to hamper the person I think is most capable of stopping it, but the other two get a chance to set up this type of board, and like, even if I'm always grabbing the best thing, somebody should be able to get something through to do something.
Right.
But even
Um, give me this.
okay.
Because this also cleans it up. Because this is a lot of text on a sideways card.
Mm-hmm.
Um, keep the final ability. No change.
Mm-hmm.
Erase the first two. It now reads, at your end step, exile target non-land permanent until this battle leaves the battlefield, and put that many defense counters onto Solaris. Maybe just straight up.
Mm-hmm.
So you get one the turn that you play it, you get one every rotation, but you're not cooking every single thing on every player's board that is a problem. You just get to see what each player plays, and then you get rid of one thing.
Mm-hmm.
Or if you really want this to be able to hit things on everybody's boards, then you make it, you again remove those first two abilities, and you either say at your upkeep or at your end step. I think you do it at end step. Um, exile uh, exile any number of target exile any number of non-land permanents uh, with total mana value less than or equal to the number of defense counters on Solaris. So it has to start small.
Mm-hmm.
And is not likely hitting a bunch of things. And it builds up, still has this build up over time. If your opponents let it get out of hand, it will get more and more powerful and be able to exile more and more things.
Mm-hmm.
But it is not immediately, oh, as soon as this hits the board, then the game is over.
Yeah.
It does insta wipe any token decks, but like so do a lot of things that are like that do this kind of thing.
Yeah, and quite frankly, if you're a token player, then I deserve to jump scare you with temporary lockdown.
Yeah. Yeah, like maybe I'm also fine with this being like any number of non-land, non-token permanents.
Yeah. All right. We are going to move from here to Army Hitch's Bleach cards, which I believe are... Oh, Little Mix Doom, you're going to be in so much fucking trouble. Bro sent in 5 cards, all 5 are transform cards. If you do this shit again, I'm going to fucking ban you for a week, Little Mix Doom. All right, next we have Army Hitch. This is going to be Bleach cards. Kaname Tozen, Suzumushi. A 3-mana Azorius 2/3. At the beginning of combat on your turn, tap a creature an opponent controls, put a stun counter on it. And then Bankai is 5-mana Esper. This is a 6-mana 3/4. Wait, what?
Yeah, how does that work?
Wait. What the fuck is the Hold on.
What did I do?
I have no idea how this is functioning, because this is for sure Tozen's Bankai. But it's a different creature that has a different casting cost. Is it meant to be like the flip cards from Spider-Man? Maybe, but then the cost should be the same. We will proceed as if it's that way.
Okay.
3/4 with first strike. Creatures you control have Shroud. Creatures with power less than Suzumushi Trishiki can't block. That's perfect because Tozen's Bankai sucks ass. Dead on. Is this awesome for you? Would you play this deck, Veggie?
This is that I mean that's I think it's very funny that the back side of it like just is your like a bunch of your stuff can't block either.
Yeah. We're all blind and we're all just hitting each other.
Like it doesn't do that much. Like
But that's a
I
flavor win. That's a flavor win for Tozen. I'll tell you what, man, he doesn't do that much. He doesn't do that much. We're in Flavor Town. Next, Ichimaru Gin. A 3-mana 2/2 with Flash and Death Touch. When he ETBs, you can deal the damage to a tapped creature. If it would die, exile it instead. For 2 mana, return Gin to its owner's hand. Each opponent reveals a card at random from their hand. You may cast 1 until end of turn, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color. You can only do that as a sorcery. And the Bankai is 5 mana for a 2/3 with first strike, reach, and infect. At the beginning of combat, you can pay X. If you do, Kamishine no Yare deals 1 damage to up to X target creatures. If a creature dealt damage this way dies this turn, you lose 1 life and draw a card. For 0, destroy target creature with a -1/-1 counter on it. Its controller reveals a card at random from their hand. You may cast that card until end of turn, and you may spend mana as though it were mana of any color. Activate only once each turn.
Oh, okay. So I see. You're first striking, you're infecting the creature, you're activating it, uh, destroying, and
I,
the reveal, like, yeah,
I still don't like that this is on combat, pay mana equal to creatures on board. I can blow up 1 every turn for the rest of the cycle. Like, the theft
yeah,
thing just seems unimportant compared to that.
yeah. Like that's already kind of good enough.
Yeah, and like Gin isn't really a thief. He's a little like trickster, but if I was gonna play this deck, I feel like this would just be like Dimir Saboteurs, and then I
Mhm.
would flicker Gin before I had mana to Bankai, or I would Bankai with the ability to spend enough mana to shoot everybody. And then I would keep getting my Saboteurs through because by the time you got your big creatures down, here comes Kamishine no Yari to kill them. Which I think is a perfectly fine play pattern. The theft is just like uh, on top for no reason.
Yeah. And then the tiny weird rules thing is you can't have cards existing in players' hands that you can cast until end of turn.
Yeah, yeah, they would
You
have to
have
go
to
to a different
exile them
zone.
or something. Yeah.
Okay, next we have Sajin Komamura Tenken, another dogshit Bankai. He is a Selesnya 2/2. Warriors you control get +1/+1 in vigilance. Perfect. Bankai is 7 mana and tap. Make a 10/10 named Kokujo Tengen Myoho. With whenever this creature attacks, it deals damage equal to its power to a creature defending player controls. Perfect.
Uh, that's 7 mana and tap. This is yeah, this seems cool.
Hell yeah. So is
Yeah, I'm
Bankai
aboard.
not a transform effect? It typically is, but some people have, like, some people in Bleach get, like, Sailor Moon power-ups, and some people, like Komamura, just get a fucking big dumbass. Just get a big dumbass with them. Like, this is different because Komamura's Bankai is different. But I like
Okay.
this. I think Naya players would have fun with this, and I think I would have fun bouncing the token.
Yeah.
Next, we have Zaraki Kenpachi, the strongest under heaven, a 4-mana Rakdos 1 plus asterisk 4. Ward 1, his power is equal to 1 plus the greatest power among creatures your opponents control. Monstrosity 5, if he's not monstrous, put 5. So for 5 colorless, you can put 5 counters on him to make him monstrous. When he becomes monstrous, it gains trample and indestructible.
Oh, period. I I don't know anything about this character, but I like that the abilities tell the story pretty well from what I assume.
Mm-hmm.
He's like always a little stronger than everybody, and then get big.
Yeah.
Also, it seems fine. This seems cool. I think 5 mana is reasonable for just gain for +5 and trample indestructible.
Mm-hmm. I like it a lot. I mean, why doesn't he fight? He crashes nonstop. I think the only thing I dislike about this, I think power equal to 1 plus biggest other thing on board tells the story, of Kenpachi's always just a little bit stronger than everybody. I dislike that it incentivizes you to attack somebody other than the player with the strongest creature on board. Like that is antithetical to his approach, because his approach is typically to go after the strongest person, and the play pattern this wants you to do is you play this, somebody else is a big guy, and you're like, okay, let's go beat up everybody else. Let's go beat up everybody else. But I think if you constrained him to having to run into the strongest guy, then it begins to get like, okay, we've achieved flavor and the card's unplayable. Ooh, you should have power higher than the strongest the defending player controls. So maybe change it to, for flavor, on attack. So make him a 1/4. Yeah. On attack, Kenpachi gets +X+0, where X is the highest power among creatures the defending player controls.
Yep.
That would be sick as fuck. Yeah. And then we have Genryusai Yamamoto Ryujin Jaka. A 3-mana red 2/4 with Defender. Okay, wrong. Hold on, wrong. Creatures get +1/+1. At the beginning of each combat, Genryusai deals 1 damage to each other creature. That is an interesting way to format reduce all creation to ash, but okay. For 5 mana, he can Bankai. 5 mana Mardu, 3/4, too many words. First strike, other creatures get +1/+1. At the beginning of each combat, choose 1. You can get Death Touch. You can deal damage equal to power to each other creature. You can make X 1/1 zombies, where X is the number of creature cards in all graveyards. Or you can make somebody discard cards equal to this card's power. So I understand you're doing this for flavor purposes. For anybody who's ever making custom cards, at the point your custom card editor automatically turns down the font size, you have to stop. You have to stop yourself. I don't care what the property is. I don't care how faithful you're trying to be. As soon as the custom card editor goes, oh, this actually needs to be in 5-point font to fit, you gotta cut it. You gotta cut that shit there. As a rule. All right,
this is like this is the custom card extension of, well, but why isn't the Green Goblin green? Like, you don't have to represent every literal piece of the character in the text box. You can just, as long as the one thing is super flavorful for the character, then you don't have to represent every tiny bit of what the character does.
Yeah, and there are reasons to pick everything but Death Touch. Like, there is a reason to try to do a one-sided board wipe. There is a reason to make a bunch of creature tokens that will then leave, especially if you're doing, like, Mardu Aristocrats. There are reasons to make somebody discard. Compared to that, there's no fucking reason to give this guy Death Touch. But I would say overall, we're honoring the property too much to make this work in a Magic card. Full Shock, please, dog. He's the only one that matters. But yeah, we could do an overarching Zanka no Tachi thing, and then you could make like legendary sorceries that were east, west, north, south. But like for the people, because somebody in chat was talking about how like 8 Angs is too much. This is why we get 8 Angs. This is why 8 Angs is preferable to 1 Ang. But I do think you've done a generally cool idea of representing east, west, south, and north in each thing. I just don't think they should be on one card. Next, we have Little Mix Doom, Beedrill. A 4-mana Gruul 3/3 with flying and infestation. On ETB, make a 1/1 insect. When it attacks, you may pay 5 mana and tap 2 untapped creatures. If you do, Mega Beedrill. Okay, hold on. Army Hitch says, low key, that was my original idea, but only had 1 slot, haha. I respect that, and in my infinite generosity, I'm gonna help you. New rule, if the text is too small, I'm skipping the card. I will refund your slot if it is a paid slot, but I do not want to incentivize that. I want these reviews to be cards that you think are reasonable on their own and you have not compressed for the sake of fitting them into reviews. I will, before I read them off, if I look at them and I'm like, too many words, I am just skipping you.
Yeah, like this Mega Beedrill, too many words.
Yeah, look at all this flavor text. Look at all this fucking flavor text. So if you pay 5 mana and tap creatures, you get a 4/3 with flying and first strike and adaptability. Double all damage this creature would deal.
This is cool.
Yeah, I fuck with this.
This is so fair.
Way cooler than Beedrill actually is. But I rock with this, and this is like a way to play a Wolverine deck that doesn't mandate you do board control. Hell yeah.
Yeah, this is so
Get
fair.
this shit out there. Next we have Absol, a little Orzhov cutie. A 3/3 with flash and detect. On ETB, something you control gains indestructible. On attack, you can pay 5 mana and pay 5 life, and if you do, it becomes Mega Absol, a goth girl that is a 4/4 with first strike and disaster prevention. As long as this creature is tapped, other creatures you control have indestructible.
Yeah.
I rock with this. This is simple.
This is simple and clean, and like this is the kind of design that like this is good design. This is good design. This inspires players. Doesn't hand it all to you, but like there are plenty of ways that you can make this do the thing that makes you happy.
Yeah. I like this. I like this for like Orzhov token rushdown, but I don't want to lose all my terrible 1/1s. And then we have Houndoom, one of my favorites. A 3-mana Rakdos 2/3 with Maced, and when he enters, you may pay any amount of red mana. If you do, this creature deals that much damage to any target. Whenever this creature attacks, you may pay 5 and discard a card. If you do, make Mega Houndoom a good boy, an objectively good boy, with 4/5 menace first strike, and whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile a card in their graveyard that was put there from anywhere this turn. You may cast the exiled card by paying life equal to its mana value.
That's this one's cool.
This is hot. I like this one a lot. I would make a deck around this motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
That's actually I'm not going to say really good, because in the context of Magic, really good is some super fucked up shit. But that's a low-key, sweet Reanimator game plan of pay 5, discard Valgavoth, hit somebody because I have a menacing first strike guy, reanimate Valgavoth for 9. Oh, but he's not a legendary, so it's not in the command zone. Real respectable. This one's hot.
Yeah, it is just well done.
I would like to nominate this one for Hall of Fame because I'm a little rat.
Oh yeah, right. That's a thing. Yeah, definitely.
Grab the dogs. Okay, next we have Drampa, a 3-mana Izzet 2/3 with prowess and calm mind. The first instant or sorcery you cast each turn costs 1 less. On attack, you may pay 4 mana and exile 4 instants or sorceries. If you do, make Mega Drampa, a 3/4 with prowess, a permanent 1 reduction, and when you cast your first instant or sorcery each turn, deals 3 to any target.
Yeah, so we get this for 3. That's pretty solid. And then the flip is exile 4.
Yeah, that flip feels all the others feel like you could flip in a pretty reasonable curve out situation. I think having 4 things in our graveyard to like, it's definitely not happening next turn. So that, unless you got like the glorious otherworldly gaze round open. So this isn't a glow. We can't fix this.
Okay.
The runway here feels a little bit more weird, but I'm with the overall energy.
Yeah, I like it.
Then we have Starmie, a Simic 2/4 with Flash, and on ETB counter something unless its controller pays 2. When it attacks, you may pay 8, and if you do, turn it into a dumbass. Turn it into a fucking weird Patrick Star looking monstrosity. Turn it into an idiot. An 8/4.
Is this actually Mega Starmie?
This is actually what Mega Starmie looks like. This is what real Mega Starmie looks like. It's an 8/4 with trample, and on combat damage, draw cards equal to damage dealt.
I'm so distracted. I can't process this. This right here is the moment that I learned that this exists.
I don't think this is too good. We put Starwinder in. Like, Starwinder's in the fucking game.
I'm not, it's not even not the words on the card. This is the first moment where I learned that Mega Starmie exists.
Yeah, motherfuckers
and that
were
this
mad.
is what it is.
Motherfuckers were mad about it, rightfully so. A lot of the Mega Evolutions in the newest Pokemon game look fucking stupid. Many of them look... I will say, this is the rule, not the exception, for the Mega Evolutions that came out in the most recent Pokemon game.
Yeah, the mechanics are cool.
Mechanics are cool. Hall of Shame. Get the fuck out of my office.
Oh.
Madra, thank you for the 20 bits. And then I wish you best of luck with your personal stuff until June when you return to torment us. Okay, Siren, we have a normal review. Thornrose Gang, a 3-mana Boros 2/2 with flying. When Thornrose Gang enters, search your library for a land card with a basic land type and exile it, then shuffle. When they deal combat damage to a player, you may put a land card exiled with it onto the battlefield tapped.
Yeah, this is cool. It's towing the line of what these colors can do, but I think I could see this card.
Yeah, if we wanted to stick, like, I feel like super honest to the pie, you might have to talk about, like, hitting somebody with more lands than you, but overall, you know, I think it's okay. Next, we have more stuff from Little Mix Doom. Malamar, a 3-mana 3/3 with Flash, Vigilance, and Topsy-Turvy. When it enters, switch something's power and toughness until end of turn, and when it attacks, you can pay 6 mana and remove it from combat to make Mega Malamar, a 3/3 with Vigilance and Death Touch, and when it transforms, gain control of something for as long as you control the creature. Creatures you control but don't own can't be blocked.
I think it's a really interesting way to transform it that does not function. Because the way that this is formatted, it doesn't have to be in combat for you to do it, but otherwise, yeah, I've really liked all of these designs, and it feels like they're well thought through. They're like they're elegant. They're not they're not necessarily simple, but they are concise.
They might have a lot of words on them, but playing them is not going to be complicated. Playing them is going to feel straightforward, and you're going to know what's happening. I also approve.
But yeah, that's
next, Troper has point redeemed a playtest card from Gavin. Golgari Death Swarm, a 5-mana 4/4 with flying and vigilance in green and black.
I take this as a personal attack. Is it because this is just reminding me that I did not get the job?
I don't think it was that.
Do you know what this is?
Is this wasn't there a bit about how, like, black green can get Sarah's Angel or something? Because Dance talking about that in chat.
Yeah, that's what this is. The quick version is back when Wizards did the Great Designer Search. I don't remember which one, but it was like open to the public. One of the ways they weeded out a bunch of people all at once was a multiple choice design test with a bunch of questions, and probably the most famous question on that is was essentially, hey, we have a 4/4 with flying and vigilance. What colors? What two colors would this best be printed in? And the answer was this. There's more to it, but it's the one question that people are still mad about to this day, because it was definitely put on there to like as a gotcha question. They're like I don't want to explain the whole thing because that gets into a lot of weird design stuff, but that's the core of the question was, what should we print a 4/4 flying vigilance for 5 mana into? And everybody answered, of course, Azorius, and this was the correct answer.
That's crazy.
And that's why, yeah.
That's
why
crazy.
This playtest exists.
All right, next we have a Borderlands 4 card from Moj. Rafa Exo Hurricane, a Grixis 1/3, cumulative upkeep, 1 mana or lose 2 life. Flash, on attack, he gains +X+0 in trample, where X is twice the number of age counters on him.
Ooh, playing around with cumulative upkeep again. I guess the Flash is just like a lore thing.
Probably. He's fast. He's quick. He's nimble.
Yeah, this is, I mean, it's cool. Just make the Flash first strike. It's a better way to represent being fast and plays into his ability better.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think as it stands, it's a guy who could be cool and then trades with a 3/3 pretty fast.
Yeah.
Next we have point submissions. Hold on, I'm deciding if I'm gonna read this.
Oh. To me, this is like just barely within the
right on the edge. Yeah, we're right on the edge. We are right on the fucking edge. All right, Mutual Authentic Love, a 6 mana Jeskai domain. At the beginning of your upkeep, you make a copy of target creature, except it's a legendary equipment artifact named Fate Katana, and as equipped creature gets +X+I+Y, where X is the copied creature's power and Y is the toughness. Whenever you attack, you may equip Fate Sword to a creature you control.
Sorry, the PC just tried to restart itself.
For bearing witness to that, I think that's fine. This is just like a big. This is just I fucking love equipments.
I got distracted by, well, one, the computer trying to turn itself off.
Yeah.
And two, that we're messing with the world enchantment rules on this.
Yeah, motherfuckers love JJK.
Sorry, I have to read it again just because that's
so real of you.
Beginning your upkeep, make a copy of target creature, except it is a legendary artifact equipment token, and has give it. Okay, that's always that's a cool thing. I like that. When that happens in games, I can turn my people into swords. And it's attack that equips it. That, yeah, the ability is cool as hell. You can cut some text off of this by ignoring that, by not trying to spin off of the world enchantment rules that nobody liked.
But how else would I show that it's a domain expansion, Veggie? Come on, be reasonable, Veggie. It's a domain. There has to be a domain. But I agree. I think this is a thing that we are copying for like aesthetic adherence to how domain expansions work in JJK, and I think it is going to take more away from the card that it's going to give. You should make it lose other types so that you don't have a just token copy of the creature that can also be equipped. And then I think it's actually, then I think it's dope. And you do need to fix Fate Katana versus Fate Sword. The other one's Chimera Shadow Garden, a 5 mana Dimir domain. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability, attacks or blocks, make a copy of that creature, except it has whenever this creature attacks or blocks, sacrifice it at the end of combat. So Vesuvan Duplimancy, but I get one off attacking too.
Or blocking.
Or blocking.
Also, I don't think Vesuvan cares about abilities. Like the
True,
the short version of this thing is stupid broken. You can't do this.
Yeah, we got. I think this one goes straight into the fire just because Shunko exists. Even if the tokens were sacrificing whenever you looked at them, as is what happens with other illusions, this is just like
still doesn't matter.
Yeah. Me when I see a 0-cost ability and the world explodes. So I think this one, I think you should remove the world things, yes, to animate distilled. I know you're trying to go for the sense of like domain clashing, and I don't think we should be doing that via the world enchantment rules. Next we have a Mothman Gerald review. Sorry. Silease, thank you for the Twitch follow. Welcome to the doghouse. Coach 1-man cheeseburger apocalypse. A 4-mana 2/5 with reach, and when you sack a food token, Coach deals 1 damage to a non-human creature and gets +1/+0 until end of turn. For 5 mana and sacking 4 food tokens, Coach gains double strike and indestructible until your next upkeep.
I don't know what this is for at all, but it
is hilarious.
I like this.
It is pretty goddamn. I'm gonna feed my guy food, he's gonna beat your ass.
This is pretty great. Yeah. I don't know why it's till your next upkeep. That's the only thing that's weird.
Because I want to swing and then not have him removed on your turn.
Yeah, just make it until your next turn.
Yeah.
Upkeep is strange. But yeah, that's a great. Oh, this is Left 4 Dead 2? Man, it's been a while.
Yeah. That's hot. I like that. And then Dark Oasis, point redeemed for Sonic, Gale of Frontiers, a 6-mana Temur 1/1, haste, flash, when he enters, if he was cast, counter a spell, then explore X, where X is the mana value of that spell. If a creature you control would explore, instead it explores, then explores again. I hate that. Not for power, but just for the, like... Being the interrupty guy is bad enough, but fucking... 6 mana, I'm gonna counter your spell and take 10 minutes to resolve 10 explores. Yeah, counter a 6 mana spell you would explore 12 times. So this is like ramp, and then I blow out you trying to cast your commander. and then I twiddle for a minute.
Yeah, like mechanically it's fine. It's just like nobody wants to see you explore that much.
Yeah, like, and mechanically I actually think haste flash is kind of
it's redundant at the least.
Yeah, it's but I overall like what you're trying to do of like, I'm going to cast Sonic on someone else's turn to stuff you. I'm going to explore a bunch to make him big, and then I'm going to try to hit you. But because he's a 1/1, that hit is probably still going to be inconsequential, and you're just going to take up so much clock time to not do anything that meaningful. Next we have Punishing Priest, a 2-mana black 1/1 with flash. Whenever another permanent enters the battlefield, its controller loses a life. Permanent? Oh, I do hate the scape shift players. I do hate the scape shift players.
This is actually fascinating. I think you could print this.
I love this. This is hot. This is the way, Helios. This is the way. Stop playing permanents. Yeah, fuck off, Scute Swarm. Fuck off, Call the Coppercoats. All of you.
Like, I think they would print this. I think it would be a little bit more mana, but I think they would print this.
Mm-hmm. All right, next we have Whitebread sending in Decipula, Trickster Supreme, and everything but green 3/3 with flying. Instants and sorceries in your hand gain foretell. You may cast foretold sorceries as if they have flash. Creature cards gain disguise. Their disguise is mana cost -2. When you flip up a disguised creature card, if that creature has a triggered ability when entering, that ability triggers.
Is this from something?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Just because these are two very disconnected abilities.
Yeah.
And so my assumption was that like it would maybe they match a character, but yeah, these seem like two different cards. Like the creature cards and disguise. This is very cool, and it seems like it should just function on its own and does not need anything else. And then same for the beginning part, but and also yeah, both are very powerful as well. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't think you need both of these on the same card.
But what if they want to be extra tricky? But what if they want to be very tricky? What if the theme is I'm a little rat?
Oh, never mind. All right, we're fine.
Yeah, okay. Good. Next, we have a point redeem from Macy Hearts. Jonathan Sims, Activist. 5 mana Sultai 2/6 with Skulk. On ETB or attack, make a tape recorder. It's an artifact that says when it enters, note the name of a non-land permanent. This artifact has all the rules text of the named permanent.
God, that's a
We gotta
nightmare.
stop doing this. We gotta stop, man. I've seen this before, dude. You just we can't. I know we're all autistic. We can't get through every conversation by mirroring. We gotta draw a line somewhere.
Yeah, this is a short one, right? I won't get into this. Like,
Yeah.
there's actually it's very interesting, but the short answer is no.
No. No. All right, next we have Eddie, Forbidden Beast. A 5 mana mono black 3/1 with Shadow and Haunt. He may only haunt creatures your opponents control. At the beginning of your upkeep, sack a non-shade. If you can't, sack Eddie. When the creature Eddie is put into the graveyard, return it and when the creature Eddie Forbidden when the creature he's haunting is put into a graveyard, return it and Eddie to play under your control.
Oh, looping itself. I don't know. Also, why you all? I want to say, did somebody play around with Haunt before too? And I think it's on like Wizards' list of we really didn't think this was good, uh,
Mm-hmm.
the first time around. But
I think this is
yeah,
a lot of interesting hoops for a card that is not good enough to need a downside.
yeah,
Like,
because I don't like it. It's a 3/1 unblockable.
yeah, it's an
That
unblockable 3/1.
Yeah, that comes back like 10 years later.
Yeah, and the thing that comes when it comes back 10 years later, you give the opponent their creature back too. Like so I think you can just drop the upkeep sack thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I would let this thing rip. 5 mana you get to hit for free, sure.
Yeah.
Oh no, you gain their creature. Okay, that's more interesting. I still don't think you have to sack a non-shade creature. That's more interesting. I still don't think it's strong enough.
Yeah, because then nobody touches it, and it deals 3 damage a turn.
Yeah. Next we have Nemo. Started thinking of making a 4-color kindred. This is a mechanic I brainstormed for it. Keeper of Order, a 4 mana Abzan 2/4 with Vigilance and Reiterate. A blue keyword that says whenever a creature you control enters, you may pay 3. If you do, that creature becomes a copy of this permanent. Whenever this creature attacks, you gain 1 life for each differently named creature you control.
Oh, there's like a there's a lot of conflict in this. Conflict is interesting. Um, my something deep within me hates the we've done 3 colors with hybrid mana as the cost and a 4th
And
color
added a
as
fourth in the rules text.
but I actually do like what's going on here. There's no black in this card. That's it, right?
Damn, that's
I don't
crazy.
just
But
not
he
a
looks
long one.
scary. Yeah, not a long one, but he looks scary.
Yeah.
Next we have Ralph, buyer of cars from Violet, a 4-mana Temur 2/4. At the beginning of your end step, choose an artifact you don't control and a number between 1 and 10. That artifact's controller may create tapped treasure tokens equal to the chosen number. If they do, you gain control of that artifact. If they don't, they lose that much life instead. That's funny. I'm buying used cars. I will give you $3 cash for your worn Power Stone.
This is pretty wonderful. I'm very down for this.
I'm so down for it. I think there's some quibble about Temur causing you to lose that much life off a choice instead of being dealt like bang bang damage, but the spirit of it, hell fucking yeah, that's fucking great. That's funny. That is funny.
Hall of Fame. This one. This is a very funny you accomplished the feel of what this does. Also the mechanic. It's mechanically interesting, and I think this would be fun.
Hell yeah! Joining the 0 point and a dog, we have a used car purchaser. All right, next we have Babadook. These are normal reviews. Pennywise the Dancing Clown. We have a blue-black 1/2 with hexproof and skulk. When he deals combat damage to a player, they reveal their hand. You may exile a creature card revealed this way with a float counter on it. Then if your opponents own 3 or more cards in exile with float counters, you transform Pennywise into it, Eater of Worlds and Children. Nope, too long. We're going to the next card. This is what I talked about. We're going to the Aristocrats. A 6-mana 6/3. Creature spells you cast have offspring, sacrifice a creature. Creature tokens you control are nobles in addition to their other types and have extort, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life.
Ooh. Offspring sack a creature is a hot line of text.
Yeah. And then you get
but I think this is reasonably costed. Like this is that's a good time.
This is cool. I like this one. I hate Aristocrats players, but I'm down with this.
Yeah, the like giving them the upkeep, lose a life does not have enough of an effect for the extra line of text, but like overall, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah. All right, we're going to move to 3/3 Not a Moose. I'm going to attempt to read this one. As a rule, don't do this. Do not do scribbles to make card funnier unless they are going to be clearly legible. Funny scribbles are funny. Your handwriting is terrible. This is me in MS Paint. So whenever this creature enters with a flying counter,
and maybe also indestructible.
This is the type of shit where we can't parse the card, dog. So when it attacks, target permanent defending player controls becomes a copy of this creature, except it isn't legendary. Then goad each non-legendary creature your opponents control. So it's a 5-mana Naya Overwriter that goads and flies on attack.
I do want to say there's a very cute thing they've done here. So it becomes a copy, but their extra scribble means that the copy does not have the flying and or maybe indestructible to it. Like there's a very good idea behind the
I like the
behind
overall
the eye,
design
yeah.
actually, but I think the play pattern on this is going to be abysmal because this is just I swing once, I goad the board, and somebody's commander is fucked forever now.
Yeah, I mean like you'd have to do some stuff to this, but I like what you're trying to do.
Yeah. Okay, next we have Bald Hound, Desperate Father, a 2-mana Bant 1/2. Lands enter untapped whenever you play a land. If you both own and control this creature and an artifact named Suspicious Substance, exile them, then meld them into Freak Hound, as shaggy as he is mean. Suspicious Substance is a 5-mana green food artifact. When it enters, draw cards equal to the number of non-basic lands you control, then put a counter on each creature you control. You can sack it to gain 3 life. And the meld is getting skipped. We ain't doing this shit. We ain't doing this shit. This is too many words. You're not tricking me. You're not tricking me. I do trust that you have successfully hit the list of every mechanic I don't want to see on a custom card. Take your gold sticker and get the fuck out of my office. Next, we have Red Cow was taken. Eldritch Nova, a 4-mana Bant Kindred sorcery for Eldrazi with Devoid. Exile target non-land permanent and each other non-land permanent that shares a color with it.
Oh, sorry. This is a normal card.
Normal card. Yeah, we're back to normal real card.
Ooh. They're definitely right that the Devoid does not work well with this border.
Yeah.
But this seems good.
I feel like a lot. I feel like a lot of Eldrazi decks would play this.
I mean, they can't, but yeah.
Can't an Ulalek deck play it?
Ulalek, yes, that's it.
Who else are what other Eldrazi decks are being played right now? You got like them.
Zuladoc.
Oh, yeah, okay. Played. Yeah, I've watched idle games.
Yeah, this is cool, and I think you just run this with no changes.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Then we have Lobter with a JoJo card. Zuladoc has CEDH tournament wins, so do precons.
Yes.
You cannot listen, man. I swear to God, you motherfuckers love to me when the anecdote gun shoots you in the head. Like, so does Alexios. So does Alexios, piloted by Travis Gafford, notable person who has never played CEDH before in his life. If you ever fucking tell me, oh, this card's won a CEDH tournament, yeah, so could a Heir Apparent deck. The stars can fucking align. People play greedy. Yeah, events transpire, dude. One CEDH win does not a commander make.
Look, I'll let the one CEDH tournament that I played in, in my, I think it was my round 1, for sure this person showed up with an unchanged Pantlaza precon.
Yep.
And they were incredibly impactful. I used them to eliminate the other players, but they did that thing. And it was like Blue Farm and like Sisay. So it wasn't like, yeah.
Stuff happens. All right, next we have Jolene Cujo, Fated Prisoner, a 3-mana Simic 2/2, and Stand User. When you cast a spell from your hand or whenever it attacks, you may pay 5. If you do, make a transformed copy of it. When she enters or attacks, tap or untap an artifact or creature. And the stand is stone free, which is extremely close to the edge on the text limit. If they enter during combat, it enters tapped and attacking. When it enters, put a counter on it and up to one other target creature. They gain hexproof and trample until end of turn. Whenever they deal combat damage to a player, you may return it to its owner's hand. If you do, return all tapped non-land permanents that player controls to its owner's hand.
That's I like this. I like this. If is there a cleaner way to do this? Yeah, because what you're trying to you want your thing, you want your stand user thing to work.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of thing is this? How much do I talk?
Normal. Is it hot or not? Is it
It is
excellent?
hot.
It's
It is
hot.
hot.
It's very good.
It is
All
hot.
right, JoJo's officially good. All right, we're gonna go to the manual ad break, and then it will be time for a short wave 2, but not before we look at boot.dev's card. So actually, let's look at boot.dev's card, and then that will end wave 1, and then we will go into the ad break.
Okay.
It is not a sponsored video. Boot.dev has designed a card and sent it in. This is not even like a shill for boot.dev. They have made a card and we are going to look at it. And we are going to look at Pythagoras, the Serpent God. A 8-mana 0/0 with Convoke, Reach, Hexproof, Devour, non-token 3. And whenever a tapped non-token creature you control dies, make a 1/1 green snake token with Death Touch.
Now, I also Decked Out has been sponsored by Boot.dev a number of times. We are Boot.dev fans. That will not stop me from tearing this card apart.
Excellent.
This is pretty solid. The things work together well. Like the combo of Convoke into Devouring. I think it was very responsible to say Devour non-token 3.
Yeah.
Incredibly responsible. But and then okay, it's like cool. I sacked a bunch of stuff. Devour is part of the cost, right? So I think there's like a little bit of
I think it is. Let me look at the. There's like a Tyrannosaurus that, or
as this enters, you can sacrifice
so
any number of creatures.
Interesting. So I think it might have to. Oh no! You don't have to make it a 1/1. So that means it does work with. I do like the idea of a snake cult. I have a bunch of idiots who pray to the snake god, and they finally get him here, and then he eats all of them and is very big and has a bunch of snake babies.
Yeah.
Would Devour work with all the convoked things? Would it see all the convoked things die with the as it enters we're eating them?
I don't think it does. Is the thing. So I think you just tweak this to be like is make a 1/1 green snake token with Death Touch for each like for each thing you devoured. But you do lose a little functionality here of like later making more snakes.
Yeah, well, so boot.dev, yes, Convoke is on cast. Devour is the thing is Devour is an as it enters, not when this creature enters the battlefield, which is a slight difference, but can sometimes lead to fucky situations. Someone's saying check Skull Muncher, which I can't fucking believe we printed that card into existence. Skull Mulcher? Okay. So Skull Mulcher says Devour 1. When it enters, draw a card for each creature it devoured.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah. Because if the intent is we want to get 3 counters on this guy and a snake to replace everything we devoured.
Right.
I do think we have to specify for each thing it devoured. And then I guess it depends how important it is for you to have like ongoing snake creation. Because I was gonna say this is a weird last line of text to play towards in something outside of Golgari. Like in mono green, if this is in my command zone, I'm imagining it as like I play a bunch of idiots, I play Pythagoras, and then I play stuff that capitalizes on having a creature with really high power. Is the wording
Yeah,
non-token creature for Devour, or is non-token enough since the creature is implied?
it's enough.
Devour specifies creatures.
Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, just non-token is definitely enough.
Yeah, so I
I
think
I like the heart of this.
I like it too. I'm gonna convert my like medium board of idiots into one gigantic idiot, and then I'm gonna cast Return of the Wild Speaker.
Yeah, and I know I saw some people saying like hexproof is kind of rough, and I sure like Wizards is moving away from using hexproof period, but I think hexproof is fine here. If this also had evasion, then hexproof would be too much.
Yeah.
But the fact that you just make one big old guy that still can get chumped, you just have to. Uh, I just get to have my guy. You can't directly shoot him in the face. You have to find a different way around him. Is fine.
Yeah, I have one massive idiot who can eat birds. That's the entire
Yeah.
upside of this card.
hmm And I think that's good.
Green players get Thrun, they get this.
Right.
He's got hexproof for flavor because he has anti-magic gaze like a beholder. That is a cool note, and he has hexproof because the cops are gonna prevent him from being poached, and for flavor. He does need that poaching prevention because if you have a because this is also like you have to play the snake cult angle because it's not an 8 mana creature that you can land ramp into. If you cast land ramp into this thing, you have an 8 mana 0/0 with no creatures to devour. You kind of have to go for a bunch of bodies that can get eliminated earlier in the game. Like it's very easy to pressure a deck that was built around this, and so if it doesn't have hexproof, wow, this is I sacked my own board to get a guy who was immediately killed. So I like this. I like this.
Yes.
I think it's cute. I think a lot of green players would enjoy being like, yes, I'm going to feed everybody to my snake, and then my snake is going to try and fail to hit you. Immediate thumbs up.
I was like trying to think for a moment on how if I could super break this just because if you convoked it if you devoured nothing and just had it come in as a 0 and recast it over and over again, since you can reduce its ability its cost with convoke. So if you create 2 tokens somehow every time that it enters, but I'm like I would need like
What's wrong with you,
I need
man?
like 30 minutes with the
What's
card, and
happening,
I
man?
could give you a deck that casts it infinite times. But
Don't do that. Don't do that. I'm gonna take those 30 minutes from you. If I see you sitting down in a coffee shop somewhere, I'm gonna slide tackle your ass. All right, we're going to the ad break, and then I'm gonna put a short wave 2 up. We will be right back, everybody.
all right, I'm in a coffee.
All right, boot.dev, thank you very much for the submission. I think I'd change the last line to whenever Pythagoras devours a creature or whenever a tapped non-token creature you control dies, make a 1/1 snake with death touch.
It
If
it doesn't quite function because the that ability it's not on the board to see its own ability at that point.
yeah,
You do have to word it uh like the Skull Muncher. Like
it would have to
it would have to
be
have 2 separate things.
yeah,
Yeah.
you would have to have a line that says when Pythagoras enters, create a 1/1 green snake with death touch for each creature it devoured, and then you would have to have this static ability as its own thing.
Yeah.
All right, Veggie, go get coffee. But I think you can fit that all in one card. Like you've given Convoke, Reach, Hexproof all their own, um, all their own lines. Um, and so I do think it could all still fit and still match the intent. I think you have enough space to do this the way you intended without really messing it up. Okay, I have to go use the bathroom, and then I will set up wave 2. I will do a countdown for the point redeems. I will be right back, everybody. All right, everybody. Boot.dev, thank you very much for the submission. And although this is not a sponsored stream, I will encourage everybody to check out Boot.dev if you are interested in learning how to code better. They both have paid features, and all of the content on the site is free to read. So if you like me and you are incredibly cynical, you can check out all of the stuff without having to pay a dime, and then you pay for all the stuff that makes the learning easier, helps keep you engaged, help guides you if you're having any issues. But if you just want to be like, do they actually have knowledge on coding? Open book. All right, let's set up Kofi redeems, and then let's set up more point redeems. Where are my commissions? Okay. I think because we are running out of time, I'm going to set everything live in groups of 1. Oh, this is an edit.
I am coffeed.
You are coffeed. Amazing. I'm coffeeing right now. And by that, I mean setting more listings live on Kofi. But I'm only going to set individual slots live so we can move a little bit quickly. We have shop redeems that we will do after I get these slots live, and then I'm going to do a countdown for point redeems. So if you are on YouTube and want to try to get a card in head over to Twitch. Oh, you might not have enough if you head over to Twitch chat right now. If you're on YouTube, you're fucked, but thank you for being here. I'm working on a Boots Commander deck for you to review as well. We'll reach out to you about it. That sounds awesome. I would love to do that. I enjoyed Boots very, very much.
Boots.
Hold on. Why is my stream manager resetting? No, shut up. Stop.
What? I was about to make a very cursed comment.
Yeah? Yeah, are you gonna say something inappropriate?
I sure was. Just I can't.
Come on, man. You gotta do better than that. You gotta... I trusted you. I trusted you.
I just there was numbers in your chat and they went down, and I was going to make a joke about that concept and how it may be applied elsewhere in the world. And that is as much as I will say.
Yo, Malva, I swapped Ward for Vigilance on Arleon. Would you allow me to submit a deck around him to be roasted, assuming he's the only custom? Yes. Unseen Door, 1 second windows feels like Patreon roasts. I both agree and disagree very intensely. The problem with Patreon roasts was that you were paying US dollars for a thing that was first come, first served, and you basically had no chance to get. These, you are not paying anything but your time. I would heavily recommend, if you're in this stream only to try to grab the opportunity to get your own card reviewed, I genuinely can't recommend watching. We're here to look at other people's cards, laugh at their cards, talk about what might be good card design, talk about how you might be able to use wacky cards. And if it's like, oh, I'm trying to pounce on the future ones, genuinely would not recommend. It's probably going to be a lot of frustration. Starry-Eyed, thank you for the 100-bit cheer. I recently undertook the daunting task of de-Republicanizing a moderate I know who had fallen victim to right-wing propaganda. Its progress is slow but promising. That's very good to hear. I'm glad you have taken that mental load on. It is good anytime you can save one of those people, but goddamn do they make it hard to save. For future references of cycles of DFCs, would you be okay with just getting just the pattern for the front, since they all follow the same, and full backs? Sure. Yeah, I think we could make that work. And then did I miss it? Hey boss, while we wait, what has been your oddest con experience? I don't think too much weird shit has happened. The con experience that stands out the most to me is when people wanted to try to get Commander games in with me. And this is actually the experience that convinced me to tell people fully, we are not going to play Commander games together, except that now. Which is people would ask if we could play a game together, and I would go, I'm busy right now, not sure I can make it happen, but if you see me walking around, for sure. And then they followed me around all day, which wasn't the worst thing ever. They weren't an offensive or mean person, but it's still just like weird.
That is a weird thing to do,
particularly when like the conversations I'm having at cons are typically flip-flopping between like catching up with a personal friend that I haven't seen in a while, where those conversations are going to get changed by having, hey, here's this other person that neither of us know and we're not friends with. Or I'm trying to have a business conversation with somebody who's not going to talk business with me in front of somebody who they don't know before and is also not trying to talk business. And so those experiences were the ones where I was like, I don't think you have ill intent. I think you heard I'm going to fit you in as soon as I have time. And you were like, oh, I can make that easy. If I'm always available, then I can make sure to be ready whenever he's ready. I understand that 100%. And it did totally fuck up my day. And so now I just tell people, we're not going to play. If you see me that moment and I'm free, we can do it. Every other situation, cannot do it.
I do a form of that where I just I and this is like, I'm not lying about it, but I'm like, I don't think I'm playing more games today, because usually if I've played one game at a con, that's more than I expected.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't know that I'm playing more games today, but if you see me tomorrow, and I'm not in a game, feel free to ask me if I'm available for a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then and sometimes I am able to get games in that way, but you also don't get the follow around problem.
Yeah. Pedgeman, I think if you bought 3 at the start of stream, yes, it probably locked you for the day because it is the same redeem as before. Skirale, thank you for the 100 bits. Wait, then who was I playing with after I took 8 Benadryl? Probably the ghost of your father. Okay. First, we have Mothman Gerald shop redeem for Ellis Reminiscing Redneck. This is another, I think.
Hey, how do I find these?
They're in the same thread.
Same
you
thread?
fucking bozo. What do you mean? How do I find these? 6 inches below the last card we left off on, by the way. I'm leaking the Discord right now. How do I find these? This is where we ended. This is where this card is. Where do I find them? Where do I find these diabolical custom cards? Hey, wait, hey. Also, Jared, thank you for the Twitch follow. All right, Ellis, Reminiscing Redneck, 5-mana Bant, 3/2 with Reach. Each non-land card in your hand has Foretell, which reduces its casting cost by 2. Whenever you cast a Foretold spell, put a counter and a Vigilance counter on up to X target creatures, where X is the Foretold spell's mana value.
Oh. Non-land card in your hand. Okay, so we can foretell stuff. If you all remember from last time, this is the way that you get me. You can just say that all of your stuff has foretell, and I'm like, great, card's awesome.
Print it.
But also, yeah, this card is just awesome. I like it.
I like it too. I like it's like almost Cathar's Crusade, but only if I jump through my commander's little hoop. That's cute. Mm-hmm. I would never play it because I'm not a Bant fucko, but I would forgive it. Next we have Redco, Panoptica, Brilliant Overseer. 1 and a white for a 2/2 with flash, flying, and vigilance. If an opponent would look at 1 or more cards, those cards are revealed instead, and players can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn.
You can't do this.
So the intent is that it affects Scry, Surveil, or Dig Through Time and Stock Up.
Yeah, I really want this to work. This is funny.
It would be
it's a funny idea.
This should work. I want to. Red Cow, we're on your side. This should be printable. Cannot. Cannot.
Well, I give me 1 second for this one, just because this is the interaction I'm very interested in. Is anything that says you may look at the top card of your library at any time, then you have this out, and you're just like, all right, try it. Like, that's the main thing that doesn't work as far as things go. But like, yeah,
I think that's, assuming this can work. I like the effect. That's extremely funny. That is extremely funny.
Oh, I don't know which is this. Why can't I respond to this? Anyway, Nerd Girl, if you're still in the thing, then I think we're done soon.
Yeah, we should be done in the next 10 to 20 minutes. And then, all right. So I will keep it moving. Next, we have the Unraveled Dreadful Dregs, the 6-mana mono black ***. Power and toughness equal to the number of creatures in all graveyards, and as long as it's on the battlefield, it has all activated abilities of all creatures in all graveyards. Ooh.
Mm, mm,
Ooh. Ooh, don't ooh.
mm.
Make a ooh. Okay, this is a glow up. So what is the main problem to having this printed? Is it the infinite pile? It's the infinite pile, isn't it?
I mean, sure, but this already exists in different
Mm-hmm.
forms. So like Trazen
Yeah.
from I'm trying to see because I think my instinct is this functions like this is fine. Uh, and then why all activity, all creature cards in all graveyards is a nightmare to keep track of. But
Right.
that this is Magic the Gathering, so who cares?
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, Necrotic Ooze also exists. Um, I also want to say I don't think you need the as long as it's on the battlefield. But all right, I'm looking at the okay, you do need it because Magic rules are weird.
And freaky.
What is there a problem with this? Like yeah, it does accidentally make infinite piles out of opponent stuff too, but like that's not a problem.
Yeah, that's
Uh
called a pog moment.
yeah.
If I pull an infinite out of your pockets, I've done a cool thing. If I pull an infinite out of my pocket too easily, now we have an issue.
This is very interesting. I don't think you have to change anything about it.
Hell
I think the
yeah.
cost is reasonable. I think the ability is wild but doable. And then what? The deck that you build here is like milling your opponent's stuff and trying to assemble an infinite combo with your stuff and their stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I think the only challenge, which I think Wizards has said they're kind of fine with, is you have a lot to track constantly. Some players will not be able to do that smoothly, and it will suck. They'll be constantly asking like, all right, what's in your graveyard? Wait, what's in your graveyard? Wait, what's in your
Yeah.
graveyard? But that like still happens with a lot of things. And for the people that can manage it well, this is a really cool card.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so
This,
show me the
yeah,
Adderall prescription. Card's
hmm
perfect. You
yeah,
don't,
yeah, yeah.
you're gonna need an adult to walk you through it. Next, we have Mothman Gerald's point redeem for you. Soldier Boy, tell them. 2 and a blue for a 0/0 that enters as a copy of any non-legendary creature on the battlefield, except it has a question mark at the end of its name. If the copied creature leaves the battlefield, this card gets +1/+1.
I don't understand what's going on here, but I really like it.
That's a Gerald card. That's a Gerald card for sure. Um, that seems fine. So it's an underrate clone, but it's locked out of copying legendaries, and then it can maybe get +1/+1 if something kills the other card. That seems fine. Okay, next we have a card from Madra. Zoria, Ares Empress, a 4 mana 1/5 with flying, vigilance, and eminence. If Zoria is in play or in your command zone, as long as you control a bird, creatures your opponents control can't attack you or a planeswalker you control unless they pay 1. Whenever a source you control would cause an opponent to pay mana, the next player gains that much colorless mana at the beginning of their first main phase. Until end of turn, mana produced by Zoria doesn't empty as steps and phases end.
Ow.
This is
What
so
kind of a
many words for so little. What the fuck? This is like a high school English class. This is a PhD defense for a fucking Bachelor of the Arts degree. What is happening?
how many words do I get for this?
4. Choose wisely.
So many problems, fuck.
I mean, this is the type of thing where it's like, okay, it's a lot of words to capture an effect that I can understand the play pattern of, and my overarching feeling is this is a play pattern that does not deserve to be supported and actively deserves to be dragged down. Actively deserves to be dragged down and butchered.
Yeah. If we assume this works correctly, like, we don't want to support Stacks Tax as an archetype.
Next, we have Tempting Tiara. Whenever a player equips this to a creature, they become the monarch. Equipped creature has Ward 1 and is a princess in addition to its other creature types. All princesses have Dethrone. Equip 1 mana, pay 3 life. Any player may activate this ability. Toss it in a fire. Toss this straight in a fire.
This is cool.
No, why is this is just everybody has monarch every turn. Like, what am I missing? That's everybody has monarch every turn of the game for 1 mana. Why does this rip? This is Howling Mine, you fucks. This
Howling
is
Mine rips.
God damn it. This is, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
I get
the things have to cost more. Yeah, sure, but like it's a funny execution of this idea.
like, okay, Howling Mine, but you pay life, real. And I like the idea of we all pick a pretty princess to have. I guess what I like the least is that it just feels like, oh, everybody does it every turn.
Yeah, that's why it needs to cost more. Like, the equip needs to cost more.
Yeah, everybody does it every turn, and anybody else who is using the monarchy doesn't get now. Fuck your deck, actually. Fuck your deck, because everybody steals the monarch without hitting you. Madra, thank you for the 10 bits. I understand that's the design intent, Madra. I'm saying you're wrong and bad for that design intent. You know this. And then someone was asking about seeing if a Kofi tip went through. Let me try and figure that out for you. But thank you. Regardless of if it went through correctly or not, I appreciate you attempting to support me financially. Are you talking about a card order, or are you talking about a broad donation on Kofi? While you get back to me on that, we're going to move on to Zeus, King of the Gods. This is a normal review. You are not allowed to fix it. You are only allowed to judge it. A 4 mana, is it 4/5? As long as your devotion to blue and red is greater than 6, Zeus is indestructible. Whenever you cast a historic spell, target opponent faces a villainous choice. Zeus deals 5 damage to that player, or you copy the spell, but it's not legendary, and you may choose new targets. Why does Zeus have an AK-47? Because he's fucking awesome. That's really good.
Yes.
That's like, God. It's Zeus, King of the Gods. It should rip. That really rips.
Yeah. I at least tone it down to 3 because it is more flavorful that he is throwing lightning bolts.
Yeah. Yeah, you put it down to 3, and then people can tank at least some of not letting you just win the game.
Yeah, it also, like, yeah, it's very overtuned, but
yeah.
I like this concept.
Mm-hmm. Then Aegis Athena sent in more draft glow ups. This is the unruly Needletooth. Madish God, that is Veggie's version of not being able to fix it. Veggie fixing a card is Veggie cannot not fix. Unruly Needletooth, a 4-mana 4/3 with Saddle of 4. When this creature attacks while saddled, it gains first strike.
I mean, yeah, this just existed, right?
Yeah, you little thief. Yeah, you just a thief. You little plagiarist. You little rat. How dare you copy an existing card that was designed lovingly, by the way. You fuck. It didn't? Okay, never mind. I take all that back.
I mean, like, this general, I think there's one I think that's about the same, but it gains menace.
Mm-hmm.
I think you can like buff this a little bit. The saddle 4 is pretty rough. Um, I think the saddle cost could be lower, or it could give itself a little something, because this is like a slightly below rate already, and then you have the expense of tapping one of your better attackers to be able to just give it first strike. I think you can do more, and it's okay.
Yeah. I agree with my deep draft knowledge. Next, we have Atilmac, Reckless Ridgehorn, a 6-mana mono red legendary, which means it should be a 1/1 that kills itself. 5/4 with haste. Creatures with power 1 or less can't block and raid. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, you can pay red. If you do, Atilmac deals 4 damage to a creature and 2 damage to something. So 4 damage to something you don't control, 2 damage to something you do control.
Oh. No notes. This is pretty good.
Yeah.
I was like checking a couple things. Like, the cost is fine. You get a hasty 5 for it, like at the least, that helps itself to get through because of the second line.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think it's not bad, the raid ability. So like you could wait until you have 7 mana to guarantee that you get 1 activation of this. This is very solid, very fair.
Yeah. I fuck with this. This would be like I would feel good about playing this, and I would be worried about this without feeling like somebody was cheating at Magic if they hit me with it.
Yeah.
Next, we have Stranglevines, a 1 black mana sorcery that says target player loses 2 life. Whenever a land leaves the battlefield, you may return this card from your graveyard to your hand.
I'm very, very interested to see what this is supporting.
Sultai's Wedge is sacrificing lands in this draft archetype.
This is this kind of thing is cool. The thing that's tricky, I think, will be balancing how this plays, because if it's too easy, then this is this is really powerful and probably makes this the best archetype.
Right.
If this is, I think it's a really thin line of how easy it is to continue to cast this. I think if you play safe with it, then you make it like 2 mana, but there's a world where it stays at 1 and is like, I don't know, man. This is really hard to assess without seeing the set as a whole. I think if I was working for Wizards and wanted to guarantee that I keep my job, I make this 2 mana or I make it an uncommon.
If I were to be able to explain this card in meetings, it has to be 2 mana. All right, next we have Explorer's Instinct, a 1 and a green instant that says until end of turn, a creature gets hexproof and +X, where X is the number of land cards in your graveyard.
Okay, right. So because Sultai is your lands are in the graveyard.
Yeah.
This seems very solid. This is a good spin on the common green hexproof trick. I think the cost is fair. I think like the limited player dream of like this X is very large is there, but like, yeah, and it's a flexible spell.
Excellent. Next we have Pashona, Emergent Shaper, a hi baby.
Hi.
Hi.
I came to make soup. Mwah. I love you.
I love you. A 3-mana 2/4 with reach. Lands you control enter untapped. In 4 mana, tap, sack a land. Target creature gets +5/+5 until end of turn and must be blocked if able. Activate only as a sorcery.
We saw this before, didn't we?
We did, but before it let a creature come back to your hand when it died and you drew a card.
Right.
So we've seen the top half.
Yes.
And we've not seen this lure effect is new.
For 4 and tap and sack a land, that's very fair.
Mm-hmm.
What does this do for you? Like, I think the card is great, and you would not need to change anything about this. This is super printable, but must be blocked this turn if able. So it's only forcing 1. So you're starting to use your lands as like pseudo removal. That's interesting. You get one of those a turn, so your opponent needs something that's like larger than that for this to not be a problem. Yeah, I'm on board with this because the lands control enter untapped is already a very powerful thing.
Mm-hmm.
And it is at an appropriate rate for that. So giving it anything else is pretty significant upside. And I think that's a relevant but not broken ability, especially since we're thinking within a limited context.
Yeah. I like this version a lot more. Because this is actually like, okay, I got a bunch of lands, now I'm going to spend them to try to win the game by throwing a big shithead at you. Whereas before it was like self-perpetuating advantage cycle. I like this a lot. Next we have Twist of Fate. I think this is a normal review. This is a 5 mana. Yeah, normal review. This is a 5 mana instant with split second that inverts the stack. Veggie, how scale of 1 to 10, how badly do you want to be allowed to play with this card?
Like 50.
God damn it. I knew it was going to be 50. All right, so it says if a spell or effect on the stack now has invalid targets because of this spell, that spell or effect fails to resolve. So it would, let's quick list of things this would do. It would uncounter any countered spells. It would flip-flop any green player who would cast a protection spell in response to my removal spell. And are those the only use cases?
I'm gonna put this out here just because my heart wants it. Send it. Card is printable as is with no changes. Is it a nightmare? Yes. Is it is it a nightmare that I want to exist? Yes.
And like genuinely at 5 mana, fucking go for it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hall of Fame the shit out of this.
That's beautiful.
Oh my god! Like this cannot ever exist, but
it should. But it should. Okay, next we have from W, Pyra Reawakened Aegis. This is First Strike Resonance. You may pair this creature with another unpaired non-blade creature. They remain paired. This is Soulbond. Whenever the creature paired with Pyra attacks, if it has less attack than Pyra, it gets +X+0, where X is Pyra's attack.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so it's just boosting it up to Pyra's attack. Pyra does not have a way inherently to boost herself.
Yeah.
This is I like where this is headed, and I think Yeah, the triple red is pretty rough for this. I don't think you
Mhm.
have to red it that much.
Yeah, because this is really just like the play pattern would be I get a 3/3 with first strike. I Voltron it, and by Voltroning it, I get to Voltron a different creature. Effectively. In power alone, not in all of the effects on your swords.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think
this is
it's
cool and on the way, but it's
yeah.
a little bit underwhelming to me. Next we have Helios's a Warframe card. Lephantis, Derelict Amalgam. A 5-mana Jund 5/5 with Menace, Trample, and Reach. Whenever Lephantis enters or attacks, you can sack another creature. When you do, put a counter on each other creature you control. Whenever another creature you control dies, draw X cards, where X is the number of +1/+1 counters on it.
Yeah, this is a good time.
Mm-hmm.
I Menace, Trample, and Reach. We're 5/5 for 5, and it's like supporting a go wide with some card advantage. This is like, I mean, this is super Jundy.
Yeah.
Um,
I eat some tokens, draw some cards to make more tokens, and then I eat some of them, and I buff up the existing tokens.
yeah, I don't think you'd have to do anything to this. This seems like realistically, it seems like a card that like probably exists already.
Yeah. I would not be shocked. So I like it.
It's the Jun Taco Bell. It's like some combination
Yeah.
of these words exists on a card already. Sure.
Next, we have a point redeem from Mr. Hyde, which is Cyclone on Twitch. Thok, Battle Beast, another 5-mana Jund card, which is a 4/4 that says whenever a creature you control fights, put a +1/+1 counter on it. Whenever a creature an opponent controls dies as a result of a fight, draw a card and make a treasure token.
Yeah,
I
nice
hate
and
no,
simple.
not it's. I mean, it's nice and simple. I just hate it.
Why?
I think just because it is this guy's weak. He is a 4/4. I know he'll get bigger because we're fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I dislike when we incentivize players to sit there and play removal over and over and over and over and over again. And I think that is, but that is again like I don't hate. I hate the people who are gonna play Thok more than I hate Thok. That's what it is. I'm like, oh god, okay, so just every time I play anything on board, you're gonna cast a fight spell instantly, and your fight spell is gonna pay for half of your next fight spell and draw you the next fight spell. That's what I'm.
But like fights are bad.
Right, and so like mechanically, yeah, it's fine to make them better. Emotionally. Um, I could see Trample. I would be happier if he had Trample. Just so you could just
Yeah,
fucking kill me.
I think in general, yeah, you could just bump everything up. Like this does not need to be underrate.
Mm-hmm. Then Glow Up Redeem for Xylo the Wolfbane. Ashita Mirai, Advanced Agent, a 3-mana Dimir 2/2 with ninjutsu of 2. Pay X life and reveal X cards with a ninjutsu ability from your hand. Make X 1/1 Ninja Construct Artifact Creature tokens. If it's the declare attacker's step, those tokens are tapped and attacking. Activate only once each turn.
Okay. Uh there is something like that I don't like about revealing your ninjutsu cards from your hand.
Yeah.
But like sure, the concept is we're making attackers which then get ninja'd, but like it defeats the flavor, right, of surprise, here's a ninja. It's hey, check it out. I got ninjas. Now figure it out is there's something that like to me.
And there's no reason to ninjutsu this guy.
Yeah.
Like there's just to maybe to put a different ninja in your hand to then show to people, which kind of defeats the purpose of the ninja. So yeah, this is the design equivalent of you look like Tom Holland drawn from memory. We have a lot of the words that are associated with ninjutsu, but the play pattern of it feels wrong. It feels wrong. I don't like it.
Yeah, what could you do to like because you like want to create the tokens that allow you to then ninjutsu.
Mm-hmm.
Um yeah, how do you make that work in a way that like still feels ninja-y? Okay.
The idea is that you can reveal ninjas to make the tokens so people know you have the ninjas but won't know where they're going. So putting both words in all caps does not change the relative importance of them. And I think the relative importance of them is always have. Like if I like the tough position that a ninja deck wants to put you in is here's a thing that like you have to make a decision about if it's worth investing resources to block or not. And the risk for you is that if I do have a ninja, haha, dumbass, you should have blocked. And so as soon as you reveal that you have a ninja, either you have so many ninjas, like if you reveal 5 ninjas, then this doesn't matter because it's overwhelming force. And if you reveal a number of ninjas that they could block, then that undoes the ninja thing because it's like, oh, you don't know where they're going, but that doesn't matter. What matters is that you have ninjas that are gonna get ninjutsu'd in.
I will admit that I am not confident totally that this isn't just something that like I don't like personally.
Mm-hmm.
Like this does just function.
Yeah, it functions. It functions totally fine and does solve a problem ninja decks often have of you get caught in a rut of I can only just like forever have people trade places with each other and I can't build a board state up. Whereas this is like if I have a ninja in hand, I can make a extra blocker to make it kind of like guaranteed that he's coming down. Yeah, I don't.
I think I will take back what I said because it would not be satisfying to me,
Mm-hmm.
but I think the concept of like the revealing ninjas. Now you figure out you know you figure out if you want to get hit by any of them or where you think they're going is not bad.
Mm-hmm.
It does change how ninjutsu feels, but I think that's okay. Um you do have an issue here. I think I think there's a little bit of weirdness on the way that this is worded, but I'm not going to get into that because I'm also not sure. I think that what this card has done is shaken me.
I'm
like,
shooketh.
what? Everything that I thought. I think I'm coming around to it. Is the thing.
I'm okay. You know why I'm not? I'm gonna change the energy of what I'm saying here. I think what you should change is it should only be activatable on your turn, because otherwise this is I pay 2 life to make 2 1/1s every turn. And
oh
then
yeah,
then you
that's
get killed with nanobots.
that for sure is just a thing that can't work because you also can't have things coming in tapped and attacking on other players' turns.
Right.
So yeah, it's activate only once each turn.
On your turn.
Only on your turn. Yeah.
And then I could at least accept this and see where you went with it, but just I wouldn't like it. But yeah, we do have to limit it to, because like, if nothing else, making 3 to 4 creatures a turn for 4 life, that would become good quickly. And then you could at least try to rock.
Yeah. Oh, here. Okay. Also, because especially these colors, just doing that straight up is still like kind of strange. Make the tokens bounce back to your hand at end of turn, or like sacrifice.
Mm-hmm.
So those are these tokens are purely for ninjutsu, and I do not get extra value out of them at a later point, or I have to work for it.
Yeah. Okay, then do retrace spells leave the graveyard? Yes, if you cast a spell from your graveyard, it leaves the graveyard. Next, we have a point redeem for Vlafir, or Viafir. Yeah, Viafir the Scourge. A 7-mana Mardu 7/9. First strike, Vigilance, Ward 4. On ETB, you become the Monarch. And at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, that player chooses a creature they control. Exile that creature. If a token was chosen this way, repeat the process.
Sure.
I think it seems fine. I want it to grab me more, but it is just classic Mardu. Classic Mardu, I hate you. Well, Macy, it's not that no one's ever choosing a token. It's that if you're the token player, you are desperately hoping to keep non-token creatures on board so you don't have to choose a token. You would only choose a token once everything else is dead, and then it will board wipe you.
Yeah, I do want it to I want it to do something else.
Mm-hmm. Enemy Blood Artist players do not love this card because this is Exile. So the Aristocrats players are quite sad. I think it is fine, but it could maybe cost a little. We're not fixing this. I think it's fine. Yeah. It just doesn't scream a lot of like flavor to me, other than Mardu guy that fucking hates you. If that's the flavor, A+.
Yeah, it's uninspiring, and I also don't think there's any red in this card.
Fucked up. It has first strike. White doesn't have. Normal redeem for Xylo the Wolfbane. Jund Eldrazi card, Vrirakas, Hound of Ulamog. A 3-mana card with Devoid in there. A 4/4, whenever it attacks, make X01 Eldrazi spawns with sack this creature at colorless, where X is the number of non-token, non-artifact, colorless creatures you control. For its casting cost, you can give non-token Eldrazi creatures battle cry until end of turn.
Oh. Giving your Eldrazi's battle cry? It's not the non-tokens though. Okay. And then X's number of non-token, non-artifact colorless.
Yeah, so it's kind of a different angle for an Aslask type strategy of I get a wide board of spawn and then I make the spawn matter.
I think this is a good time.
Infinitely more
Um,
fair than anything else the Eldrazi players are doing.
yeah, the casting cost I think is pretty restrictive.
God, yeah.
Um, yeah. It's
Macy,
pretty restrictive, but like it does a whole lot. You
yeah,
know.
Macy's saying this fails to make the spawns matter because they don't get battle cry. You're being Vine Boon for being a liar. It doesn't make the spawns matter as much, but if you have 2 to 3 non-token Eldrazi and you have like 8 fucking colorless spawns because you've swung Verakas a few times, and all your non-token Eldrazi get Battlecry. If you have like 3 things with Battlecry and you put 3 stacks of Battlecry on your token Eldrazi, the spawns will matter.
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't, like, let me look up an instance of Battlecry. It just means the card does not, in a vacuum, win the game by itself, which I realize is the standard for custom commander cards. So whenever this attacks,
Right.
each other attacking creature gets +1/+0. So this would mean your deck has to have non-token, non-artifact colorless creatures. Or sorry, it would have to have non-token Eldrazi, and you would have to be able to make spawns, whether that's with your commander or some other method. And then once you get to like 3 to 4 non-token Eldrazi, that fucking honks.
Yeah. I think the only thing I'd do to this would be like if we're gonna make that the casting cost, haste this thing.
Yeah, this is like impossible to cast.
Yeah, and like even the haste is not that much. It's like okay, this is enters swings as a 4/4, and then makes a couple spawns at that point in the game. And now you're like you can start your game plan. I think it deserves haste.
I agree with that. Next, we have 2 cards from Madra. These are commanders that their playgroup has had to fight against, so let's all pour some out. For Cisco and Leandro, Regents of the Sun City, a 5-mana Bant 2/4 with Vigilance that says whenever you prevent 1 or more damage, choose one that hasn't been chosen this turn. Gain that much life, put that many counters on a creature, or draw that many cards. Holy shit, dog. Holy shit, dog. I feel like Madra must be just like thugging it out with a bunch of high-powered dinosaur players. Because so many of these effects are so broken, but only in the context of I'm winning by combat damage. And the moment somebody plays a non-combat win condition, every one of Madra's cards is blank.
Yeah, because it's like this is even hard to break. Like, it's just like really fair in a way that in a miserable way.
Next we have Nora the Aetherwise, a 4-mana Grixis 3/4. Oh, sorry, it's 5 colors because I think Madra hates us specifically. 4-mana Grixis 3/4 flying. For red or black, target spirit you control gains persist. For blue, and removing -1/-1 counters from creatures you control, counter an ability or non-creature spell, exile an arcane from your graveyard, choose a color of mana to add.
This is more miserable. You can't put 1 mana counter on your commander.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, you can, as long as it helps all the spirits that you gave persist to. As long as it buffs all the spirits you gave persist to by taking -1/-1 off of them. Yeah, you can. Hell yeah.
Oh my god.
Diabolical. So this is the one they pull out whenever people switch to a combo deck, because it doesn't stop the dinosaurs. Cisco and Leandro stop the dinosaurs. Nora only stops the non-dinosaurs. Then we have a channel point redeem for Godric the Grafted, a 4-mana Jund 2/2 with creature spells you cast gain a mutate cost equal to their casting cost. Spells cast this way can only mutate under Godric. Godric gains +X+X, where X is equal to the number of creatures mutated under it. I command thee kneel. When he attacks, you can pay Jund. If you do, Godric deals 3 damage to each creature a defending player controls.
Ooh. I like this. I mean, I'm a mutate fan. Yeah, the templating is a little off, but let's just go with the concept. Yeah. That's very cool.
I like it. I think it works flavor-wise for Godric, and I think it is decent without being too punishing. Fuck token players.
Yeah,
I hate them.
Yeah, you just, like, I think you have to make the mutate costs cost more, but yeah. But this is cool. This is cool. I would play this and people would not be happy with me.
I would be a very bad boy with this card. I would be a very bad boy and nobody would like me. Okay. And then I think that's going to bring us to the end for the day. Veggie, I'm sorry to keep you over time. But that's where we're good now. It's all over. Thank you all for submitting. I'm going to find somebody to raid, and then that'll be it for stream today.
Cool. Yeah, this was a very, very Jundy day.
Big Jund day. A lot of good designs today. Well.
Yeah, next time show me some weird blue stuff.
Tarzard, hold on. Let me look for your card. Did you put it in the thread? Because I have simply been scrolling vertically through the thread and doing every card. So if you bought a custom card on Kofi, you have to join the Discord. You have to go to the November 6th custom card review thread, and then you have to put the card in there. Charizard, if you have it, you can either chuck it up now. If you want to hold it for next time, I will allow that as a one-off. But also, we're still here. If you have the card available, the Discord's free to join. It's easy to join. We have an automatic command that pops up thanks to Streamlabs. And then let me just make sure that I didn't leave. That no other children got left behind. Excellent. If you're having trouble finding the thread, just posting it in Dear Malltown or genuinely anywhere you put it in the Discord, if you ping me, that'll be fine. Veggie, have you played the Asm Randall yet in your life?
The what?
The Asm Randall. This is a...
Oh, yeah, I have.
Yeah, okay. Then you're going to play it with me now. Do you think Goblin Researcher or Harbor Guardian is more popular? I'm not telling you what they do.
Goblin Researcher.
Holy shit, he's a genius.
What are we doing?
Do you think... I'm buying time while Tarzard puts their card in. Is Pearl Shard or Thunderwall played more? Pearl Shard's an artifact.
I know what it is.
How the fuck do you know what this card is? This is a nothing card. Anyway,
it's part of the shard cycle from original Mirrodin, and even though it was bad, it was playable. But yeah, because you could pay white or colorless to activate it to prevent damage, and it was strange because it was a cycle of cards that allow you to break. Like, maybe I'm wrong about that part.
No, you're exactly dead on. Okay.
Yeah.
Tarzard's cards here. We're doing that now.
Okay.
Memento Mori, a 4-mana artifact. If an opponent's turn lasts longer than 3 minutes, you may draw a card, and that opponent must discard a card. Should any player's turn last longer than 10 minutes, that player must sacrifice half their lands rounded up. Perfect. Print it. No notes.
Yeah, actually. Are there a ton of problems with it? Sure, but nobody cares. It's the thing we need. We need it in the game.
I am forcibly putting
Arena
this into the
wrote
Hall of
the
Fame.
deck. Yeah.
Yeah. Brilliant. Thank you for submitting. Brit Brad, thank you for the tier 1 sub for the 22nd month in a row. You're here just in time for us to raid out. Let's see who is live. Veggie, are you guys gonna stay up and have Nerd Girl switch over?
I don't think so.
Okay, then we're gonna. All right, fine. That's fine. Girls Play is live. I'm going to raid them. You are free to do as you wish. My chat, prepare Bald Kai.
All right. Goodbye, everybody. This has been good.
Goodbye, everybody.
I got work to do.
Yeah, thank you, Veggie, for joining. I appreciate your patience, and thank you, everybody who participated in the custom card stream. We're going to start this raid. I'll be live again tomorrow doing Commander deck reviews at noon. I hope to see you all there. YouTube, there won't be any raid, and that'll be the end of it for today, but I will see you all tomorrow.